And we are live. Hello, everyone out there in the wonderful land of Twitch. This is
Hi.
John. I hope you can hear us and see us. Maybe it'd be wise to go ahead and do the daily Twitch seance of hello, can you hear us? Are you out there? Uh, all things considered. Thank you all so much for being here today for Seriously Let's Play, which is our actual play show that we do where we bring on every episode, we bring on different people, bring different systems to show off what is out there in the wonderful world of, gaming, especially independent tabletop gaming. So, that said, today we are playing KingPink, and we are really honored to have the creator of KingPink themselves, Calvin. Calvin, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and, at this point, turn the show over to you.
Oh, sure. Excellent. Yeah, thank you so much for having me over here. I'm really excited that we get to play some King Pink today. Um, we have had a little bit of conversation to sort of set up the game, but everything that you all see here is going to be like what you would need to do to play the game yourself. So we had conversation, kind of like a session zero, just to make sure we were on the same page with some setting expectations and what qualitative themes we were going to use that are sort of like the core of the game. So we chatted through that, like I said, like a session zero. But everything else, we're going to start up here. I don't know if some of these folks have played before or not. We're going to start from the absolute foundation and build this game together.
Excellent.
So what you need to play is a deck of playing cards. We won't need any dice. You will need one suit per person. If you have 5, 6, or 7 players, or or you have more friends than I do, maybe you have 8. I don't know. You will actually you can use 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. You can use repeating suits as long as the cards look different. It would be really cool if one day we just came out with like a 10 suited deck, and so you've got all your different, you've got your moons, your purple horseshoes. We'll do the whole Lucky Charms thing in a deck one of these days. But that's really all you need to play is that, and then some index cards. Some of us will have these really cute little printed character sheets that we've put together. When you're playing at home, really, you can use an index card and just a scrap of paper. If you have that deck of cards with you and you're, let's say, 7 years old or more, you can play a game of King Pink with your friends. So we're going to start up here. I don't know if you want us to introduce ourselves, maybe, or if you want me to do a little bit more of the game intro, and we can introduce ourselves when we introduce the characters.
Let's go with option number 2 there. I think,
Cool.
yeah.
Cool. So in our session zero, then, when we were deciding about our base setting, we picked the Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. So fantastic Studio Ghibli film. It's one of my favorites. Not just because the English dub has Patrick Stewart. There's other reasons to really enjoy the film as well. And we thought that would be really great as our sort of version of post-apocalyptic. You can see on the screen the theme list that we ended up with. I believe they can see that on the screen. And if you were playing at home, what you would do is each person would just say out loud a theme that they want in the game, and then they would draw a card from the deck to assign that number to it. So when we were kind of chatting in the Discord before meeting up today, we threw out a bunch of words that we thought might make for good themes in a world that was like Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. So when someone said grief, you imagine playing at home, you would just say, oh, grief. That's a really great theme. You would then draw the card and find out where that grief goes, and you build your list that way. Of course, if you wanted to curate maybe a more specific experience, you could have your game facilitator or your group assign those themes however you wanted. If you find that something that sort of doesn't work or is just kind of looks a little weird, you can switch those orders around, right? But the default way would be that you would just say a theme like pollution and then draw that card and see where it fits on the list. So you'll notice here we ended up with some very strong thematic words that I think fit that movie so perfectly. So it'll be really cool to see how those things play out. Once you have that list, then together as a group, you will come up with the doom of your campaign, which is pretty much sort of like going to be that end conflict. This could be your big bad evildoer at the end. It could be slightly broader than that. In the book, you would see the sort of the default campaign. We list Snake Cult as the doom for that campaign world. Does that mean you join the snake cult and become its new leader? Maybe. Does that mean you destroy the leader of the snake cult? Maybe. Does that mean you somehow find a way to purchase the snake cult, and then you slowly chop it up and sell it for parts on the market. It could mean that, right? The actual conflict or resolution is not necessarily implied in that. So the first thing we have to do as a group then, I think before we introduce our post-apocalyptic characters, is going to be deciding on that doom, right? Usually you would use the king card, so you would probably use memory then as sort of the base foundation for us to come up with this doom. But everybody here, what do we think we want? I think like uncovering memories is probably a really sort of easy way to go. What might we think, or what kind of a powerful noun or some kind of powerful conflict do we think could be the end of this KingPink campaign?
Oh man. Because for me, I mean, if we're going Nos, guys, I often think of the ending of that movie as well,
Mm-hmm.
and it's it's the fall it follows the climax. It's not like the climax. The biggest point is not where it ended. It was almost like the world that we've known has changed, and we're moving on with it and leaving it behind. So almost something in that nature. What about Corey, Stevie? You got something on those that you think works for that?
Mm,
Maybe a legacy,
yeah.
something
Ooh.
that we are leaving behind, or something that is a challenge in this post-apocalyptic world. What is our legacy, and also what is the legacy that we are struggling against in the current thing? What kind of memories from the past are still haunting us and still haunting this
Hmm.
world?
I like
Yeah, I
that.
think we could just have the idea of legacy
Yeah, I like
as
that.
our doom. Okay, I'm gonna write that down just so I have it in front of me. Um, but yeah, so that's what you would do then. You would look at that list together and then come up with some kind of doom. In play then, that legacy, once we play that king card, we're going to play memory at some point. We may get there today. We might play through a whole campaign and see what it's like. And if we put that king card down, if we use that to establish a conflict and then are able to actually overcome that, we've won. Our campaign's a success. So when we put that memory card down, we will define some kind of conflict that sort of represents then this idea of building, forging, maybe protecting. Maybe by that point in the campaign, we've already sort of discovered what our legacy is, and this is us then protecting it or ensuring that it lasts for posterity, something, right? That'll all come up during play. So the way KingPing works then, once you have your theme list and you have your doom, you would then create your characters, which is very easy in KingPink. All you need to come up with at the start, have some kind of concept for how you might want to fit into this world, and you must decide on one virtue and one vice for your character. These are then going to get attached to the only two cards not referenced on our theme list. That would be the ace for your virtue, and then the deuce, for your vice. And so if we want to go around, I guess I'll just introduce mine real quick first. My character's name is going to be Ranit, and I think I want to make him like a tinkerer. Like he might be the guy that kind of stays at the community and like helps fix the air gliders, sort of like the mechanic. I think might be pretty cool for him. My virtue is going to be always comes prepared, and then my vice is going to be holds grudges. I'm going to be a little bit of a curmudgeon, I think. So I just write down on my character sheet. I'm just, I have ace 2, 3, 4, 5. I've just listed the cards along the left side of my character sheet, and I'm writing always comes prepared for my virtue and holds grudges for my vice. So yes, that's Ranit. I am he, him. I'm the mechanic, or one of maybe the tinkerer mechanics in our community village.
All right. So I guess I'll go next. I'm Corey. I'm playing Ellery, she or they pronouns, and she's kind of the protector of the village, one of the many. She's very loyal to her friends and her community, but she can be a bit of a troublemaker if she's not kept on a short leash.
Okay, so that's your virtues and vice there.
Yeah. Loyal is the virtue, vice is the troublemaker.
Stevie, you want to go next, or you want me to go next?
For sure. So, my name is Stevie. I use he, him, himself pronouns, and my character is Troy, and he is one of the healer botanist type characters in the city, in the village, where doing a lot of trying to work with different herbs and things and trying to heal people who become sick or otherwise injured. My virtue is empathetic, and my vice is I'm a scaredy cat.
Cool. Well, I guess that leaves me. So, hi everyone. I'm John. Y'all know me already, probably. I'm on a lot of the shows here, or I'm one of the producers of, and I am playing Fricks. Fricks is I like to think of a jack of all trades, and not the smartest one in the group, not the one that goes out to fix things normally. Obviously, Ranit is our fixer, mechanic, everything else, but Fricks is focused, and that's kind of their virtue, and so they're able to focus on a problem, whatever it is, and just keep plugging away at it. Doesn't give up, and it's a good thing to have, I would think. Maybe I'm not the greatest fixer, maybe I'm not the greatest survivalist out there, but I'm focused on whatever I'm doing, and that is a great tool to have. But at the same time, I'm so focused. My vice is that I'm oblivious. And so everything else that's going on around me, I don't really pay enough attention to. So I am oblivious. And I think my character would also see that as maybe that's a virtue in and of itself.
Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, so we have, these are sort of, some main characters. Most of the world and most of like the backstory of our characters will actually come out during play. We have themes like grief, secret, memory. Those are very high cards on our list. So those are going to be really important cards for us to overcome conflicts with. And so that means our characters will be sharing lots of secrets, lots of griefs, and lots of memories. So really, you don't need sort of like a backstory. KingPink is a story-driven game. So we will be building the world out. We'll be adding elements to the world. We can add, new kinds of magic, new cities next door, new centuries of history, like as we play the game. So really kind of, as long as you have some sort of brief concepts together, it is one of those games where you wanted to sort of let your character be open to develop over time rather than showing up with like a really clear picture and, like a couple pages of backstory or something, right? For the sake of all getting on the same page, like I said, having a session 0 is just as important, maybe even more so for one of these sort of sprawling games, because anything can sort of come up. So having those conversations earlier is helpful. But because things develop as you play, you don't need any real prep, right? The game master, because there isn't one, doesn't need to sort of come up with the world, come up with even basic ontologies, like what species of animals exist, like are there ghosts or not? We'll find that out. If someone plays a card and they need to make up some ghosts to resolve a conflict, boom, we've got ghosts, right? So yeah, everything's going to be determined as we play. So everyone watching, as much as we know now. I think I've shared everything behind the curtain, as it were. Everything is out there, right? So we've got our theme list, we've got our characters, and the way the game works is we all have our decks of cards. We will be drawing a few of these cards momentarily, and each one of us will be playing one of those cards as a conflict on the table. We will play these face down, and that's why we have this other screen here. Think of that, as your tabletop. It's a great virtual tabletop there. It's a real tabletop. That's a camera pointing at a table right now. But you would refer to that as sort of the game state, just like you might your map or your grid in a different game, right? So while KingPink is a story game, we will be building these elements out scene by scene. And so it is helpful for everyone to be able to see that table in front of you, so you can kind of see, where we are at in the story now, how far we've come overcoming some of these conflicts, what we still have to do to overcome other ones, right? So you'll see this, we'll be using that space then for us to track this story scene by scene. So we'll be drawing some cards, and then we'll each be playing one conflict. We're going to be doing that face down, so nobody knows what other cards each other are playing. Every time we play a card, it's going to be face down. Okay, so at first then, when we start up a scene, we will establish conflicts, one per person. So every scene in this game, unless we have ties, which we'll get to if it comes up, but I'll leave that until it comes up, there'll be 4 conflicts per scene. The person who puts that conflict down is responsible for introducing it, but really the whole group together then has to make a scene out of these 4 conflicts. So there will be a lot of sort of director chair level and like table talk to get this scene established. Right? It could be that when I put down my first card and I make some stab at what I think this conflict should be, after everyone else introduces their cards, ooh, I should go back and change. We'll have a little bit of conversation, and then we'll sort of, hit action and start moving forward. As we then play through, we'll each be playing cards on these different conflicts. If a conflict gets 4 cards stacked on top of it, it is then resolved. So once this conflict gets 4 higher cards placed on top of it, we can consider that one resolved. As you'll see, the way the mechanics work with the play, you may end up stacking more cards on that just to kind of shuffle through your deck to find higher and higher cards to use on other conflicts. But you'll see us then, and we'll have conversations about this, totally fine, about, hey, that conflict's done. Let's not waste any more time on that. Let's see what we can do over here, right? And you'll be playing that up. And then once none of us can play any more cards, the scene is over. And we check back over our conflicts, and we just see which ones we've overcome and which ones we haven't. And then after we do our first scene here, I will show everyone how we sort of tabulate some experience points. I won't tell you now just to give me an advantage. Maybe I'll be able to sneak some good XP in there. And after the scene, really whoever has the highest card on a stack at the end is the only person who's going to get XP for that. So I think we should start up right here, right now. We imagine we have this community. Also, then each time someone has that high card on a stack a couple of times, once they sort of level up, they get to create sort of like a truth for the world. And that's when we can actually iron out some of these things. If you want to say ghosts exists, like that's your chance to do it, right? You really get to iron out something real once you overcome a conflict related to that. So we'll see that in play too. So I think we should start up. I'm imagining we're in some kind of, maybe not a valley, but we're in a post-apocalyptic village. I'm picturing that sort of, it's not quite pastel, but that that watercolor palette of Nausicaa. And I'm picturing, all of that sort of safe growth of plants and things around them. It's all very been tended. A lot of these buildings are probably much older than the community we live in. We might not even know their origins, right? That can probably play up in things like the secrets too. Like we probably don't know the real history of this location that we are in right now, right? And I'm just kind of have that in my head, right? So I am going to shuffle my deck up in front of me here. I am going to draw 3 cards. So all of you can draw 3 cards and you can look at them. I'm apologizing for the 3 cards that I drew right now. And so in this case, before you play the cards down and reveal them, you wouldn't do any sort of table talking, right? Like, I might groan because I'm a bad poker player, but you will have 3 cards in front of you. You cannot play the ace or the 2. You cannot play your character's vice or virtue to establish a conflict. So all of us are going to put 1 card face down on the table in front of us. And so we probably don't have to do this on the virtual table. We can wait till they're revealed and then put the revealed cards out probably. And so just as a tip, because it's so early in the game, we don't really have any strategy specifics of what kind of cards we're trying to level up for each other. So your lowest card is probably the best. We need to fit 4 higher cards on top of it in escalating order. So you probably want to pick your lowest card that's not an ace or a 2, and you'll be placing it face down in front of you. And so everyone is going to do that. And once we've got 4 cards face down, we would then move ahead to reveal them all. Is everyone there?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, let's flip them over. Cool. Let's start on my side then, I guess, just to make it easy. I put a 9 down. Sorry about that, folks. So if we want to take this, I'm going to grab this, or maybe, John, you should do it. If you want to grab this 9 of clubs and place it on the table.
Got it there.
And then what else do we have? Oop, I can't see that yet.
I have a 4 of hearts.
Awesome.
All right. John, don't hate me. I also have the 4 of spades.
Excellent. Okay, so let's put those 2 cards together. That's going to be a combined difficulty. So when you all come up with that conflict for desire, we actually need to put 6 cards on top of that, not 4.
And I have the 6 of diamonds.
Awesome.
Awesome.
So we have discovery. So we get to come up with our story here and kind of make this a conflict. So I put down the 9, which is community. So I might say something like, I could make a conflict that's another community has like come. Maybe we can just say we're in the middle of some kind of, some scuffle between these communities fighting over a natural resource. And that might then help us set the scene out in the forest on the site of this natural resource. I could say maybe there's a fracture inside our community and make this more of like a social sort of scene that will play out, right? Looking at the other, we have desire. We have a very big desire conflict. And then we have something to do with discovery. What are you thinking, the two of you who played that desire card that get to come up with you together? What if I did want to say that we are in the middle of let's say like maybe, somewhat on the edges of violent sort of argument with another community over some new natural resource in the forest. If I played it that way and might think we could set the scene out there, how might you play to desire? Or what conflict do you think we could come up with to add to this scene?
Corey, you got something? Because right there, I mean, obviously desire for a natural resource. Are we trying to trim down what the resource is that we're fighting over, or?
Just natural resources would probably be a thing that we'd need to get. A desire to protect our village too, because if this is our territory, me being the protector, I want to protect my home, which is also very
okay. Big. Well, how about then my conflict about community is actually going to be, it's easier to think literal in the beginning, right? What if we make this some kind of combat or scuffle with us sort of pushing that other community that, does not have our best interest in heart, that we've had, historical issues with. Let's say the community problem then is going to be pushing that other community away, sort of protecting ourselves, not like losing a battle. We just keep that one a very simple sort of turf conflict. Is that cool with folks? And then you guys can make your desire thing, us actually acquiring this natural resource, which let's make it some kind of crystalline thing, right? We're in this like semi-polluted environment. How about we make it some kind of crystal that like holds a charge? It's like an ionic sort of thing that we use to power our machinery.
Yeah.
Is that pretty good? And then what do you think we can do for discovery that might be a conflict related to discovery?
So, what if... So I have 2 different ideas, and I don't know which idea would be best. Either we discover that there is a third animalistic force out there that also wants this resource, or we discover that there is a tome or a book that is encased in this ionic crystal.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think if we want to make it a conflict that we resolve and we can actually take steps to resolve, I say maybe we go with the former. Let's say we see footprints and evidence that some other group or animal or something has already been sort of mining or excavating these crystals, and we see it trails off. And so that then can represent us. The conflict would be then, can we follow this trail to its source or not?
Yeah, we discover tracks.
Cool. So let's put these cards out then. Again, I can't see any motion on the table of the moving cards. I don't know if they've moved at all yet.
Yeah, I've got them out there.
Okay.
The 9, yeah. I don't know why it's not showing up. It should be right there in the center.
I'm seeing. Okay, I see the 4, and I can see cursor's moving now. Maybe I'm just at a bit of a lag. Okay, so we've got these conflicts. So now we just keep those in mind, right? Those are the conflicts that have been established around these. The next time we play a 9 or community as a conflict, it could be totally different, right? But we have this scene now. We're out in this sort of forest. I'm imagining, those huge, almost like redwood style trees, right? So the canopy is like way far above us. And we have this sort of, I'm thinking armed skirmish, but maybe not necessarily mortal combat, right? We might not be in like open war, but definitely we've got some, some bats or some bruising.
Yeah.
And then we have these tracks to get a hell of. Okay, so that's awesome. So every one of us, those cards are on the table. We now all have 2 cards still in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
So I have my 2 here. What I'm going to do, and what you all are going to do then, is you're going to play another card face down on top of one of these cards that is not your own suit. But because those folks who tied, because that conflict was created by both, that's then technically an open suit. So either one of you can play on that. So Stevie will not be able to play a card on that discovery one, right? Otherwise, we would all just put down our lowest card and then put our middle card and then put our highest card on top, right? So you can't play on your own suit. So Stevie can't play on that discovery one. I cannot play on that community. But both John and Corey can play anywhere they want, right? Because their conflict is technically open now. And so all of us then are going to do that. I think with our virtual tabletop here, you might be able to flip cards over and move them. But again, I'm not really able to see all of that live here, so
Yeah.
I might say
I'm not
I'm
seeing
gonna
anyone
tell
else's
you.
cursors moving, so I think I might be the only one who's able to move it.
I noticed this, and I mentioned in the chat, I'm not seeing the table live. I'm seeing it through Twitch. It's not showing up on our end for whatever reason. So,
Okay, sorry about that.
it's not your fault.
All right, let me go ahead and do we just want to go ahead and say what our cards are that we want to put out, or we just want to reveal them as time comes? Calvin, how you want to do this?
Maybe Stevie has a suggestion.
I have a question. Can only one person play a card face down on each conflict, or can people play multiple cards on one conflict?
You can play multiple. And so yeah, so right now we get to really the only kind of I guess hints you might get are who sort of plays cards in what order. I think, John, what it'll be, I can just say where I'm putting my card, I guess. And maybe we can just say that and then move it. It could be that when we opened that deck from the link earlier, it's just like an instance that's not the same instance of that game that's showing up on Twitch.
You might refresh it on the playing cards website and see if it refreshes to where it should be.
Yeah, I've loaded a couple. Someone put the 4 of spades out there. I can see the 4 of spades if anyone else has shared that. But I have got my 2 cards in front of me. And again, I'm a bad poker player, so you'll notice me grimace as I play. But I'm going to place my card then face down on top of that discovery. No, I'm going to put mine face down on top of that discovery. So if you just want to put any face down card over there, and we can flip it over later on.
Do we go in the same order we've been doing, or can we do it in any order?
You can do it in any order. This is just where you wouldn't be like, hey guys, I'm putting down a really bad card here. You know, there was just like any other card game, just try to keep it a little bit honest there. And that's kind of really the only table talk rule would be. It is a card game, so, you know.
Then I think I'll play a card on the 9 of clubs on community.
Alright.
Oh wait, no. That would mean only y'all. Wait. I don't want to make people can play multiple cards on the conflict.
Correct. But once we flip these out, whatever card is the highest on that deck then becomes the highest card, and only higher cards can be played. So you need to play a card right now. Sorry, I guess I didn't say that. The most basic rule of the game. You need to play a card that's equal to or higher than the conflict as it's visible right now. So I have to play something that's 6 or higher on your discovery conflict. You would have to play something that's 9 or higher on my community conflict, on our scuffle with these neighboring folks. And then we would need to play something that is 4 or higher, which is great that that's the lowest number, right? Because we need 6 on top of that. So something then 4 or higher would go on that, on our actually securing control of this natural resource.
Did I just screw John and Corey over because they can't play cards on their own 4?
But here's
No,
the
they
thing.
can't. It's open.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because of the tie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm playing my card on top of the big conflict.
This is then a little more talky than normal because we're doing this virtually, right? Normally at the table, you would just physically move a card and put it here. Then keep it. So is everything put out there then now?
And then I guess I got to do mine. And
Yep.
I'm actually going to put mine on the community conflict.
Ooh, okay. Okay, so now we could then flip kind of in any order. Again, I can't quite see, so can everyone just tell me sort of where the cards are at now? I've got mine on Discovery.
I've got mine on Desire. Is that what the 4 was? I
Cool.
have my list. Yes, on the
Yeah.
Desire.
You and I are the only ones that are doubled up, Calvin. So everyone
Okay.
else has one on each theirs. So
Okay. Well, then let's flip them over. Then let's flip over each stack then one at a time. So let's start with the Desire. If we reveal that card, we'll reveal then the card on Desire. What do we see there when we flip that over?
On Desire, it is a 6, which is, I have to go back to my other list. Which is Discovery.
Yeah. So now on Corey's turn here, then they get to do sort of kind of take that next step in the story. If Corey wants to really roleplay something from their character, they can do that. But we are all now sort of at the story level. We are at the director level. We have characters to play, but we really don't have to just roleplay our character here. KingPink is a story game, so this idea of discovery is just now played on and can be used then to just add that next bit to the story. If you were, if we were all kind of, really traditional gamer types, I would say the rule of thumb would be to kind of try role playing your character if you can. If there's really no way that Corey wants to or can think of a cool, fun, compelling way to role play their character with this discovery, then do something larger. You can change the weather. You can change. You can have more NPCs show up. You can role play a conversation between two different NPCs if you want, right? So it's really then think of us all now. We are in the director's chair. This is a story game, so we're building the story together. We have our characters. Our characters will grow and expand and gain some flaws and gain some talents. We can kind of level up a little bit. But we are in sort of the director's chair when it comes to taking your turn. So Corey, how might you want to then get us one step closer to overcoming this obstacle, and then just use that word discovery, then that theme as a prompt for you?
I think I'm going to take it very literally. Ellery's going to discover something a little bit different. Like either something's different with this crystalline resource that we've discovered, or found. I shouldn't say we discovered it, or something about that other faction that we mentioned, not our rival community, but this new unknown force. Maybe she discovers one of them injured. So.
Ooh. Okay, well, I would say finalize it. Give us that detail. What do you want? We don't need a maybe now. We trust you. I say go ahead and give it to us.
She's gonna find one of that mystery faction injured, because that seems like it would be some fun stuff.
Okay. Do you want to then establish what it is?
With some yes ands here, because it's a bit of thinking, and I've only had 1.5 cans of caffeine. It's humanoid, but not human like us, like alien, possibly.
Yeah, so. Excellent. Yeah, excellent. So boom. So we've got a great way to use that discovery card. And this is then, remember, this is getting us one step closer to securing the control of this resource, right? Do we want to then flip over? Do you want to flip over the 6? That's where I put my card, correct?
I guess so, yeah, on the 6.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. I put a queen. I put the queen of clubs on that spot.
Woof.
So that's now then grief, right? So this is this is us sort of following that trail or figuring out where this sort of third party came from. I'm going to say then, so if we have this evidence that it's this humanoid place, so we kind of know who they are, I'm going to say these are not mysterious creatures. These are sort of humanoids that we recognize, and they have actually done significant harm. Maybe they were like the plague that helped destroy a lot of our, maybe the generation just before ours, right? These were like their sort of war rivals, and that we thought had left the valley forever, and now it's like, oh crap, here they are, right? So I'm playing on this idea of grief. I'm playing off of what Corey sort of added to the story, and I'm saying, yeah, we know these folks. These are like what would be like I can't think of the appropriate Star Trek analogy, I guess, for which species, but these are like a sort of a known enemy to our peoples. And then we will flip over the final stack, both cards.
Oh, so they flip at the same time?
Yep, because we have to see who the high card is, because they're the one that's going to technically sort of like win.
Let's see. I played a 10.
10 of what suit?
Oh, 10 of diamonds.
Which means you did better than me, because I was playing a 9 of hearts.
So we'll start then with John and the 9. You give us one little step, but then Stevie's going to get that trump card to give us, kind of what gets us one step closer. As I like to play sometimes, you can come up with something that's not necessarily good. It kind of opens it up for you, John. You can sort of add whatever you want to the story, playing off of your theme. But then Stevie has to have that, what gets us one step closer to resolving this.
Okay. Well, I'm imagining that here we are, we're moving further into this forest, investigating these crystals, everything that's taking place. And as we're moving along, 9 is community, but for the community that we're going to see, it's going to be, we come to realize that this group that we're in conflict with, they actually, part of their community is like a labor caste. And it's a forced labor caste. There are guards with weapons nearby. Having them do a lot of the manual labor and the gathering and working for them. And much further along in the feudal style, like of course, that Monty Python moment of how do you know they're the king? They're the only ones not covered in crap. So the rest of these are obviously not always well treated.
Excellent.
And then to build on that with seasons, I wonder if this labor-oriented, this society with this mistreated class, everyone, us, the other community, the insect humanoid folks, winter is about to come. The seasons are about to change. So there's high pressure to get as much as this resource inside, stored away as much as possible. And maybe with the advent of winter coming, maybe these folks don't heal their injured, fallen labor force. What if this humanoid that we found has been left for dead because winter's about to come and they're injured?
Yeah, cool. So we've got the scuffle going on. We've got our sort of mining operation. And then we've got these tracks, right? And so as we go, we're doing a lot of like world building now. We can take those sort of literal actions and stuff in the story as well. Again, feel free to jump back and forth. As we get a little farther in the game, there will be then a bit less of the world building and a bit more of the action taking, but everything's going along great so far. So everyone now who played a high card on the stack, so that's me, yay. I'm going to draw another card and put it in my hand. So I have 2 again. And then our spades who played the 6, Corey will be able to draw another card. They played the high card on that stack. And then for the other conflict, only Stevie is going to draw another card. So John, you don't get to draw a card you're left with that 1 card in your hand. Okay? And so now we are all going to look at our cards and see what we can do for the next step in this scene. Now, it could be that you can't play. That's totally fine. That's when the round ends, once nobody can play, right? So we are now going to place cards according to the same rules. So now we have this 10 showing, this 10 of diamonds. So the diamonds cannot play on that 10. So Stevie, then you can't play in that community sort of conflict anymore, right? Because you've got the diamonds are showing. But someone else needs to put a 10 or higher on that stack. Right? We've got this 6 showing now. So now Corey cannot play on that 6. Any one of us can put a 6 or higher on that stack. And that was a great play, by the way, Corey. That's another great low number. And then we have this queen of clubs. I can't play on that because my suit's showing. And you all need to put queens, kings, or aces on that one there to get through. So the way it works, now that we're getting our cards down, it might be that some of us have those twos and those aces in our hands, right? You can play a 2 anywhere. And what the 2, the deuce, this is your vice. You have to play it. If you can play a card, you have to play a card. So if you end up and you have that deuce in your hand, you can play it somewhere. It's actually going to take a card. It's going to count against that stack, right? So you'll add a piece to the story then. Instead of playing off a theme, you'll play off of your vice, and it's actually going to hurt us. We're going to leave that card we'll leave it flipped over, and it's going to count against us. If you have an ace, you can play that anywhere that's not your suit. That's going to count for us, but don't worry about playing that ace as a bad thing. It doesn't count as a high card. We'll tuck that ace underneath whatever the high card that's showing. It's kind of like a freebie, right? You can't play it on your suit, but you can play it anywhere without hurting the stack. The ace is going to be always good. Okay? So some of us have 2 cards, and we're going to play those according to the rules. Same number or higher, cannot play on your own suit. John only has 1 card, but he's still welcome to play if he can.
Out of curiosity, can I put it on the stack that I put on before, since I'm not the card showing?
Yes. Yeah, it's only the high card that limits the suit.
All right.
But you couldn't play, let's say, a 5. You have to play that 6 or higher. Yeah. Or if you're talking about the 9, yeah, you can play on his 10. And what a great way for you to get rid of some of your lower cards, right? Because now you can play another card on that same stack, for sure.
All right.
So I'm going to put one face down in the middle. I'm going to play on that desire conflict.
All right. I am also playing on the community conflict.
I am also going to put mine on that center one. The desire.
Okay. So we got 2 stacks, 2 and 2 going on to the first conflicts.
Yeah. Sorry about putting such a high card on that other one. Whoops. Okay, so let's flip over the one on the left then. Let's flip over that community.
All right.
And remember, this is us actually fighting off this group, right? This is us protecting ourselves from these sort of, I guess they're like the mercenaries, right? Or this unfortunately, these sort of forced laborers or forced fighters.
Mm-hmm.
And so who's got stuff to reveal? What do you guys all play?
I've got the Jack of Clubs. I'm going to put that on my nose. Or Jack of Spades, sorry, not clubs.
All right, Jack of Clubs. I actually had the Jack of Hearts.
And so we both play Jacks.
Great. You both get high cards and then it becomes an open suit. That's perfect. Ties are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you each get to take a turn then. Describe then how you're going to play off of this theme of secrets. And remember, this is us sort of physically fighting off this other group, right? So we've done some world building. Feel free to, to make it sort of like an action-oriented turn as well.
You want to go, Corey, on that one?
Sure.
You put your card down first, or I can if you want me to set something up.
If you want to set something up, go for it.
Okay, so what I was thinking was secrets, and we're in a conflict, and we've been watching this labor happen, and I was thinking maybe we have found a way around them, or a way to attack their leaders at the back, and finding like a secret tunnel. Gotta love that song, right? And make our way past the majority of their troops in order to attack from behind, or however it is that you phrase it. So that's where I was thinking.
Yeah.
And do you want to make it then, let's just say, again, for the sake of everyone, sort of following the story along, if we're imagining the scene, it could be that you two are the ones that sort of, get through this tunnel, whether it's maybe under this like outcropping. I'm imagining some kind of outcropping with like almost like a tunnel that's opened where we're, could be mining these crystals. So you're finding like a way like, oh, we can like take this secret tunnel around, right? Can we say it's the two of you then going? And you're now like sort of like you come up from this tunnel and you can like peer through the bushes and you can see their leaders in the back of the line. Yeah, I think that's great. Corey, what are you thinking?
I think that's a good setup, because I was just going to go with the literal, see, I'm not left-handed, I'm actually right-handed from Princess Bride. So I like John's idea a lot better. I can expand on that. He's uh Fricks is the one that found it. I'm going to exploit it and identify their leaders if I can before, going all in.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I mean, we could even say that they've been hiding their leaders. Maybe you get to, like, you are then the one who can identify who their leaders are, right? You've sort of seen through their secret or their hiding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Well, I hope you do well, guys, because I'm getting my butt kicked over here in the front of the of the cave.
Oh, no.
I'm just a mechanic.
Yeah, Troy's hiding behind a rock somewhere and just kind of occasionally reaching up to throw a rock at the other people and then ducking back down.
Okay, let's flip over this middle stack. Let's see how we're doing on securing this. I'm picturing, yeah, sort of like an outcropping with like a little cave. And I played the 8 of clubs on that.
I played the 8 of diamonds.
Just might make it, friends. We might get through this alive.
And some simpatico here, you know?
Yeah.
So 8 is brilliance. And remember, this conflict is us sort of securing control of this resource. So it does involve us fighting off these folks, but this is sort of like the once and for all. We, our community now has the control of this, right? That's how we set up this conflict. And I think brilliance, I mean, I'm going to refer to the crystals itself. I'll say, yeah, they are these ionic, I'm picturing like bright pink sort of crystals. And maybe I have some kind of mechanical contraption. So Ranit runs up to the entrance of this cave while maybe a few of our other community members are still having this this baton fight with these folks. And I hook up, I'm like doing like a crank, like an electrical crank on this like piece of technology to build up a charge in it. And I put my, the little metal prong, my ground or whatever, right, against one of these crystals, and it shocks through and kind of like all this like light shines out from the place. And I've like connected it as one circuit. So I hooked up a circuit to this crystal place, which is, let's hope it's one step closer to us getting all these crystals and controlling it. But that's how I'm playing off of brilliance. What about you, Stevie?
Let's see. I think for brilliance, I think that those perhaps we brought some containers with us. Do you remember in Stardust the things that could contain lightning? Like little like lightning absorbing things. Maybe this is a relic from past ages that we've just kind of sort of figured out how to use, but we don't know all of it. And so thinking about the brilliance of the light that's arcing through that's in this circuit, I wonder if then we could set up these different containers and start to draw the energy in, to start storing it up for us to take out.
Cool. So we don't need these crystals. We are stealing the charge from these, and once we get it, we don't need to ever come back.
And
we're pulling this charge out.
Well, and then maybe the charge could replenish. We could keep the crystals there, and they could continue.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. So now we've sort of shifted this conflict from taking crystals out of a mine to the two of us hooking up this contraption and stealing the charge. And then slowly through the magnetism of the earth, we imagine 20, 30 years later, it's like semi-renewable, right? It comes back. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. So now everyone played a high card. Everyone gets to draw.
Just one, though, right?
Yes. Yeah. So now John will have 1 back in his hand. He's replacing that 1 he just played. We are still going to have 2. And again, if you can't play, you just can't play. And that's okay, because you might be able to play later, because like I might have a card that ties that. Well, it's the queen that I played, so it's not that. But you could imagine a spot where you can't play on your own suit, so you can't play right now, but someone else, once they play, you're like, oh, sweet, now I can play on that, right? So if you can't play, that's totally fine. If you have an ace or a 2, you don't have to play it right now, but you can't not play it, right? If you have a different card to play that different card if you want to. But if you have an ace or a deuce, you have to eventually play it. And remember, that ace then helps us. It adds one more card to the stack without becoming the high card. But that deuce is going to hurt the stack. So I'm going to play on that middle conflict again.
Go ahead.
I think I'm going to play mine on the initial discovery stack.
Hey, we'll get there.
And so you played on the 9 stack, Corey, the first
the
one.
queen.
Oh, the queen. Oh wow.
Yeah.
All right, I can actually put mine on the middle stack. Now, actually, really quick, by open, do you mean that we can put any number on one of the open stacks or just any suit?
Any suit, yeah.
Okay, this
Because it tied, so that 8 means even though I played the 8 there, I can still play on top of it, kind of like I'm playing off of the other, the other card.
So, would the conflict, the 9 conflict, the community, would it be defeated by this point because there are 4 cards on it, or okay? So then I think I'm gonna play mine on the 6 on the discovery as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I did not. For some, I was looking at the 9 and confused that as our double there. But with 4 cards on there, that's technically, so we can say then I think we should have given Corey then maybe a little more oomph on that last secret, right? So maybe Corey, you kidnapped the leader, or you've got them like the knife to their throat or whatever. Like, hey, everybody, stop! Right? We should have given you a little more oomph since you really, got us through that conflict. You've ended the armed, sort of, the armed
Sean
deal.
and I got through that together.
Yeah.
So, but I'm saving the oomph for this next play.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, so you guys went through the tunnel. You've got access to their leader. He's in your sights. And then do we have all of our cards on here? Awesome. Let's flip over that middle stack first. And I had a 10 of clubs in there.
All right, and I had an 8 of hearts.
Awesome.
So I guess technically that means that I'll be setting you up to some extent.
Yeah.
And other question, as we go, never mind. So the first 2 cards on this stack, that second 4 doesn't count towards what we need, right?
Right. Yeah. That one, if it's a tie, you take the normal base difficulty of 4 and you add the number of cards to it. So it's going to be 4 plus 2. If 3 of you had tied, it would then be a 7 difficulty. If all 4 of us put down a 4, then we'd be playing against a difficulty of 8 on that one stack, which is very hard because then you end up suiting a bunch. But with this, it looks pretty good. So yeah, those 2 are still the bottom. And if you wanted to take your stack and maybe if we wanted to take those bottom cards and maybe kind of move them over a little bit, we could do that next time just to keep our visually like counting the ones on top. We could do that too. But yeah, so that 9, the community issue is done. We've got, you 2 were able to sort of neutralize that threat. And we're still here trying to pump this electricity out before the rest of these fighters sort of push us away from the, from the mouth of this cave maybe. Mm-hmm. So what are we thinking for this 8 then?
All right, so for my 8, which is again the brilliance, so we have these gem repositories or whatever, these orbs that can take in the electrical charge, which I think both glow and resonate. And whatever it is, I would like to actually say that whatever it was that the tracks, whatever made those tracks, perhaps they are attracted to that glow and brilliance, and that's what brought them along in the first place. And so I'm setting it up by that. Something is coming, and we can feel it in the ground and maybe hear it.
Nice, great. So yeah, and this is, again, this is something that we end up doing in default play all the time. If you're not the high card, you actually sort of say something bad. It's not in the rules, so I kind of didn't mention it. I just said sort of setup. But yeah, if it's the lower card, then you can, I mean, I think that's perfect, right? Yeah, we hear the pitter patter of insectoid feet or something cool. And then with seasons, I guess I'll say we sort of decided earlier that it's going to be like late fall kind of a time, and maybe we'll say that these insects then are in the mode where they are building up their mass before they like sort of burrow under the earth and sleep or something. Almost like some kind of like humanoid like locust type thing. So I'll say they're all going to be like 3 times bigger than they normally would be. So maybe this one that sort of died on the ground here, they were ones that didn't have access. They weren't part of the hive that is pumped up and given all these extra calories or this extra foodstuffs. But the ones that we hear coming, let's just have them show up here. Again, this is supposed to be a good thing for us in some ways, but let's just, to overcome this conflict, let's just say then we finish sort of pumping out the Troy and I sort of finish our crane. We finish sort of pumping out this stuff, but then just as we turn, we'll see these huge sort of bugs that were attracted to this. And now that the brilliance stops, because we just finished, we got most of this stuff out, they're kind of like frozen and they're not like attracted anymore. They're like out of their trance that they were in when they were being sort of attracted by this electrical charge. So yeah, so we've got these large humanoids that are here, but they're not in frenzy mode anymore. Cool. And I think we still need one more on that to get everything sort of safe and secure. Let's flip over the cards on that other stack then.
All right. I'm gonna let Stevie go first.
I played a King of Diamonds.
Nice.
And I can't remember what happens when we play the King and the Doom.
You'll just play it as a normal memory unless you use the King to start a conflict.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
And let's see what Corey had too, to see which one of you is going to sort of get the
spades.
Nice. So that's perfect.
Nice.
So then our character Troy is going to get sort of like the high card in the story. But Corey, then I would say you go first, Corey, and because it's nice, so it gives the spotlight to the other character, and you get to play your virtue. How does your virtue then help us with this issue of what is this? This is getting to the source or ascertaining the source of these new footprints. So I guess it's just us getting to know or building relationship with these insectoids.
Mm-hmm. Did we, trying to dredge up my memory, did we establish that these new footprints belonged to our insect buddies, or are they completely new footprints?
I mean, I guess it kind of be up to you. I think we decided earlier that these footprints that we didn't recognize before, we now know belong to these insectoid folks. But we still don't know like where their hive is, right? This was, remember, chasing the footprints back to its source was the original conflict here.
Well, I seem to have one of their leaders in my grips somehow. I do not like the way he's been treating the rest of the workers, as evidenced. Kind of playing into that loyalty, but for others in a weird way.
Ooh, okay. Hold on. Sorry. I thought that you had the leader of the other human community that we were fighting with, and that the insectoids were like a third animal sort of thing.
Player derp then. If I've got the human leader, I can still work with that.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I mean, is everyone on the same page there or no?
Yeah. No, like I said, that's probably player derp. Don't worry about it. If that's the case, if I have the human, I'm still going to do the same thing, pretty much. Just shifting goals a little bit. I'm going to convince him to, hey, we've got bigger conflicts going on here. We shouldn't be fighting. We should be going after the big things, especially considering winter's coming, and they're going to be weaker. If we can find their hive, can go after them.
Yeah, awesome, perfect.
So that the injured insectoid that we found, are they just injured or are they dead?
I think that was Corey that introduced that. What are you thinking?
I just put down injured. So if
I think Troy is going to go over and kind of take pity on this creature, and it's harmless now. It's not being they're not being aggressive, and Troy's gonna try and like heal the wounds or like bandage their wounds a little bit as like a tentative first conflict, and this is going to spark a memory about these insectoids, and we can like I'm trying to think of something that is like a past experience with these people where they have shown mercy to us in the past. So whether it was just the labor class of folks who maybe we were all out hunting and they found us, but they kept moving and they didn't report us to their larger leaders. But there's some kind act in the past that happened that is recalled.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's cool. So we've got then, you're going to be bandaging up this like humanoid insectoid thing, and you're remembering a time when that culture was nice to us, or when these other humans, when the insectoids were actually like maybe not just the evil plague pestilence that destroyed our parents' generation.
Yeah.
Cool. And are you saying it's somehow sort of like supernatural, like you're like triggering this memory as you're like touching and interacting with this insectoid, or you want to make it more of a like your character is sort of feeling this, or you're saying that it's more of a natural memory that is like a world building thing that you're bringing up?
I think kind of both. I think this memory is going to be, it's just from so long ago, and it's such a small moment of two eyes meeting like six eyes across a river, and there's a moment of pause, and instead of attacking or going forward, they just blink or do whatever mini eyes do and continue on.
Yeah, what if it's like a hive memory? If their hive like sort of shares a mind somewhat, and they're kind of like giving, and you have this now, this like you're given this glimpse of this like collective memory thing, I think is really, or like you said, or it's just a world building memory, right? Where like the camera flashes away and shows this, and then it comes back to us. Yeah, I think either of those is awesome.
Yeah, and I think Troy is going to try and say to the rest of the folks, some of them, they're not all our enemy. Some of these folks are not our enemy.
Love it. And so we've got some high cards here. So the way it works, Stevie gets to draw a high card for that king. Corey, you get to pick somebody else to draw a card because you played your ace. I might remind you that Jonathan is a card down at the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with John.
Technically, I have no cards.
So,
just the way the game is shaking out so far. So.
Yeah. And then I get to draw a card because I played that high 10. So I've got 2 cards still.
John and I have 1. So, because John's the one that's getting the card draw.
Cool.
So it looks like we've got a Jack of Hearts showing, a 10 of Clubs showing, and a King of Diamonds showing. So again, higher card without playing on your own suit. I'm going to put a card on top of that far right column on our discovering the origin of the footprints, or getting back to the source.
See, I'm going to play a card on that 10 of Clubs.
I unfortunately cannot play a card.
I don't believe I can either. I don't have anything higher than what's showing currently.
Cool. And so I guess we'll flip then. We can flip these whatever order you want. I guess we'll just start mine. I've got the King of Clubs.
Nice.
On the far right stack, I've got King of Clubs.
And then on the 10, I have a Jack of Diamonds.
All right.
Cool. So for my memory, then I think I'm gonna play off of kind of then a similar thing to what Stevie did. I'll say, because Steve and I are connected to that, like I was cranking the machine, and he was like sort of helping with that other box, got that second box hooked up for us to sort of move through the crank thing. And then when he was touching, I like go to like grab his shoulder, and then I sort of feel that memory also. And so I'm like sort of brought into that understanding of the potential for peace. And since my character was the first one to point out like it's the horde and like sort of be scared, I'm sort of, I guess, brought into the that realization as well. And so maybe if we get that glimpse of the horde and we get that connectivity, just that little bit of hive mind, we actually then can see where their nest is. We get a sense to where their nest is. So that conflict has been resolved, right? We've gotten to understand then the source of those footprints and the source or location of that hive's nest. And then what about that other
The
stat?
Jack. So this is a secret to play on this resource that we've now collected, that we've wanted, that we as a community probably value pretty highly and place a really high value on getting it, on storing it. And so we discover a secret. I think... Okay, I'm going to propose something. Because this is also the last card we need to beat this conflict, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So we have this desire for this limited resource that maybe charges a lot of our essential machinery that we have, that maybe lights our way, that it's big enough for us to fight and die and kill over. And when Ranit goes and touches Troy and gets kind of looped into that hive memory, that level of connection, when you pull your hand back, there's a spark of that electricity generated. No crystals involved. Coming from just the connection, the being looped in. Like some sort of like either magic or something about the hive mind or sharing that kind of mental link that generates that same energy. So a secret, another way to generate this energy.
Yeah, there's another great anime very similar called Windaria that has the same sort of palette as Nausicaa that now I'm almost picturing there. They have a thing like that. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we have our high card. I get to draw a card because I played a high card. and so does Stevie. And now I cannot play.
I cannot play.
Okay, so that'll be then the end of the scene. Yeah. So here then, whoever has a high card showing on these is going to be the person. Okay, so the way it works is if we resolve a conflict, one person is going to get sort of an XP from the stack. If we did not resolve a conflict, the person with a high card still gets the XP, but everyone else takes a wound or takes some kind of a negative on their character sheet. So we'll have to wait to explain that later because it didn't come up this time. Because I think we accomplished all of our goals, correct? Like just in the nick of time. We literally ran out of cards exactly as we did it. So on the character sheet here, then there are 3 little circles next to each of these numbers. So I get an experience point on the 6 because I had the high card on the 6. So I'm going to fill in a little circle with my pink pen. I'm going to fill in a little circle on the 6. And you all don't get anything for that stack, but you don't mark a wound for it, which you would have if we didn't accomplish that. And the way this works then, if I get another stack of a 6, I'm gonna get a what's called a talent. I'm gonna kind of level up on that 6, and my 6 card is gonna function a little differently. So now you might see me, I might start a conflict with a 6, even though it's not in our best interest as a group, it's in the best interest for me now, right? We're starting to, even though KingPink is a cooperative game, right? As you can see, we all sink or fall together in these things here. It's going to start getting a little more elbow jabby as the XP goes, and a little bit of that human tension and human drama gets pulled in, right? So I get a little dot I keep track of on my 6. Stevie, you're the diamonds, correct? So you're going to get then a little dot on your 4.
Gotcha.
And then who is the heart? And so then John's going to get a little circle then filled in, or like a plus sign. You know, again, if you're keeping track at home, just a little plus sign there. So that also then means we get to sort of establish truths about these things. So I'm then just any kind of truth in the world. I like this idea of, if I'm on that discovery sort of theme, I would just say that, yeah, I think we've discovered, I could say the hive, I could say this idea that, and maybe, how about, Stevie, this secret, like the viewer, like watching the anime, notices like the charge gets bigger. They see the spark like come off of our fingers and go into the charge orb, but we, the two, you and I, don't notice it, right? That's just like foreshadowing for the audience, right? So I'll say the discovery then, we'll just mark in there is a horde, an insectoid species that used to sort of plague us, but there's a potential for connectivity. And we know that the nest is like 87 miles in this direction, right? I'll kind of establish that. And so now that's not up for grabs in the game. That's like a real thing that we've now sort of resolved. Do we have any other truth that folks kind of want to take away from this scene? I think we've done a lot of cool stuff here. So technically then, Stevie, you can maybe come up with something for that desire, or, maybe I stole yours. Whoops.
No, all good. I think some truths about the desire. I think we've gathered enough of this, we think, of this material for the winter. We think we've gotten a sufficient amount of what we desired. And we also learned that these other much larger insectoid things, the things that we heard coming down the way that are in charge of these laborer classes, they also desire that spark, that electricity, which could cause some problems later.
And then, John, do you have something maybe to declare, or to for us to keep track of on our world sheet then about this other human community?
I actually think that what we find as well, especially community overall as a theme, is that we were once a united people before we were displaced. And that an event took place that maybe we can reveal at some point, that we were all displaced from the same place, and the conflict between us is new. We were once united.
Cool. And so that's going to be end of scene. And Corey, I guess just for you, what are you going to do with this leader? Are you letting them go? It's like, all the, everyone like puts down their bats and just walks away. Are you...
if he's not going to stab me in the back, I'm going to say, like, hey, let's talk later about this.
Everyone just kind of starts walking away slowly, like stalemate.
See Maria, we're good. But yeah, no.
So that's the end of the scene. So we marked our stuff off, and we're gonna take all of our cards, and we are going to shuffle them together, and we're gonna start up on the next scene.
Yay.
And now this next scene could take place in the same forest, like moments later. It could take place in springtime. Maybe someone puts down seasons and says, okay, we just made it through winter, we could jump sort of wherever we need to based on the cards we draw.
So all cards are gone.
Yes. We want to take a quick break and let maybe things sort of
that'll
simmer.
Yeah, we can do a short bio break and be back in 10 minutes.
Awesome.
Excellent.
All right, we will be right back. See y'all very soon. And we are back. Hi, everyone out there. This is John with Rook and Rasp.
Hello.
And we are playing King Pink today. And we have Calvin Johns with us, leading us through a post apocalyptic insect war conflict. So, hey, let's get this going back up, right?
Excellent.
Yeah.
So in our last scene, I guess our first scene, we established some pretty good sort of parts of the setting and sort of relationship between our community and another human community that we are sort of competing for resources with. We established we're kind of in like an autumn type of setting, late autumn now. Winter is on its way here. We also brought in these sort of insectoid, humanoid folks that have a history with our community, and we're part of this, maybe this sort of like large war that decimated many of the people of our parents' generation, but also through this sort of flashback or this shared consciousness, we've established that there is potential for communication between the two of us. They're not so alien that they really are just like a beast or, some kind of animal that must necessarily be fought with violence or something, right? So, and then we've also gained enough of this charge from these crystallines that we think we have enough charge now to make it through the winter. So that was maybe a good sort of like cap off on our autumn for our community. So we're going to create a new scene. We're going to do the exact same thing. KingPink's going to work exactly like what we just did. We'll just keep doing that until eventually one person is gutsy enough. When they draw a king in that first hand of 3 cards, they place the king down as a conflict. And then we all have to put our kings and aces on top of that, right? So you can see it would be very ridiculous. If one of you does it, we could have a TPK and it could be over. Sooner, usually you'd wait until you get a bunch of what I introduced before, the talents on your character sheet. And once you get a talent card like that, you can actually play those cards in the middle of stacks. So if I finish another 6, from then on, my 6 can be played in the middle. I don't have to worry about high card. And that lets me draw cards much more easily, right? I can get rid of my 6. I basically dump my 6 on a conflict, and then I get to draw another card afterwards, right? So once we all get a bunch of those level ups, then it makes a lot more sense that we might go after the king. We'll play that memory theme down as a conflict. But we probably won't do that for a while. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so we get a talent after two of the 3 bubbles are filled in?
Yes, it's best 2 out of 3. So if you get 2 X's, you get a flaw, and you start playing that card kind of like a deuce.
Gotcha.
If you get 2 positive XPs, if you fill in 2 of those circles, you then get a talent on that.
Gotcha.
So if we start fighting early, it's going to hurt us because then we all end up with a lot of flaws. If we don't get through a conflict and we get that X, right, that's going to be a pretty big deal. And we'll see how that happens. You can play through a full campaign of KingPink in a 4-hour convention slot, like if you're at a convention and they got a 4-hour block. At that point, when we get about 20 minutes to the end, I just play the king card and say, sorry, y'all, whether we're ready or not, let's just see what happens, sort of for fun. But you could play through a KingPink in one night for sure. I like to say it's usually more of a 1 to 3 nights. You kind of do break it up into acts, have all your rising action with the partial success, have your Empire Strikes Back moment where maybe things get a little worse, and then have your third act, at the end. It's really easy to break it up that way. But I'm going to shuffle up my deck here, and I am going to start by drawing 3 cards and looking at them. And I'm going to play... Ooh, I'm in control of my card. I don't have to tell... Okay, this is great now. Now that we've all, behind the scenes, we've all gained control of our cards, we're going to be able to move those cards without talking as much, which is great because then it means everything that you all hear is going to be much more story focused and much less mechanics focused, right? You'll be able to hear us then just sort of role playing our turns. So let's see here. And let's space these out a little bit so we can fit the stack underneath them at a little bit of an angle. Okay, cool. Now we're all just playing with these cards. Now it's like, ooh, it's a video game. Okay, let's flip these over. Awesome. We are going to have 4 conflicts now. So let's start at the bottom. Let's go from lowest to highest. We have a pollution conflict. Whose is that, and how do you want to introduce that to this scene?
So that is mine, and I think that we've had those tracks, and we had this group of insects, and we have this desire still to know more about this energy source. I think that investigating the tracks, we've discovered that there is a polluted wasteland that these creatures are actually coming through to this area, and that's where the tracks lead us.
Okay, so what kind of conflict do you want there? Are you thinking that we have to cross through that, and that's what we're doing right now, traversing the wasteland?
I think so. I think that if we want to
Cool.
understand more and about how to utilize this energy source, it's where we're going.
Awesome. And I've got desire here. Um, Maybe I'll hold off on that if you all have maybe some more sort of literal ways you can sort of fit something into a trip. I guess I'm kind of trying to think of what our purpose might be for traversing. So if John's conflict is going to represent safely traversing the wasteland, mine might be able to represent that goal at the end. What are you all thinking for your conflicts?
I'm going to kind of play on some of the things that were mentioned as good resolutions, but in a little less good ways here with brilliance. Part of that polluted wasteland is just spent and shattered energy shards, and they're shattering in whatever made them shatter has this weird undercurrent to the pollution, and this, it's not your typical like the Thames in the middle of summer sort of pollution. It's definitely a little bit more to it.
Could we tie this into our reserve of that charge that we put? Could it be that these crystals are broken, so they're like sapping the electricity from our
Yeah,
power pack or something?
yeah. I mean, you see, like, it's a very Disney evil villain sort of brilliant light from him, not that pure crystal light that came off of them while y'all were charging your packs.
Okay, well then let's think of like what a conflict that might be and what are the stakes in that, right? How will we overcome that? If Jonathan's is us sort of like getting, like if we resolve that conflict, it means we've successfully gotten to the end of a wasteland, right? We have like a win condition. What might be the condition that sort of, what does it look like if we overcome this conflict you're describing?
Getting across the wasteland unseen, because
Ooh.
it's brilliantly lit by all these
Okay,
spaceships.
okay, I like that.
So, I'm wondering if hope and desire can kind of like play off each other, because they're both these like, I feel like there should be like a connection or something between them. And
Sure.
hope, I'm thinking that maybe hope is speaking towards the hope that there can be peace between us, that there can be peace between our two civilizations, between us and the can I just like put out a name for like the insect folks?
Let's give them a name. I'm gonna write it down. Whatever you say, I'm writing down.
Cool. Amari, Imari.
Awesome.
Okay, I like that. So if my desire, I think this is taking place like a second after our last scene, and maybe we are escorting them back with this injured one, and I'll say our desire is to get the injured one there before it dies. So this conflict that's on the number 4 is going to represent us sort of keeping this, keeping this Amari alive across the journey. John's is going to represent then us getting on the other side of that wasteland safely. Stevie's, it looks like yours is going to represent us then making positive contact, like burying the hatchet, sort of, getting there and being welcomed warmly by these Amari folks. And then I think Corey's is we're going to introduce some kind of monster somehow to get through here unseen, right? So if you're saying that the threat is that we're like visible to something or someone, because of all this, this glowing sort of light that's sort of shining out of these fractured crystals, it sounds like Jonathan's is representing then the nature itself, and then yours is representing anything that might spot us, which is cool. So we'll be introducing stuff as folks play on that card. So I've got 2 cards left in my hand. I am going to play them. You cannot play on your own suit. So you will be playing a card that is of equal or higher value. Um, and are we waiting on one more?
Yes, you're waiting on me because I'm. Oh,
I love it. Surprised you there, Bowman, huh? Ooh, sneaky.
Awesome.
sorry about
So
that.
I'll go and flip mine over just to make it easier. I've got a 5. Empire. So this first one is us getting there safely, or no, this is the pollution. This is us traversing successfully. I mean, I'll say we get there's a contingent of whatever the empire is. I'm gonna make up another people. Um, Forians. Can these be the Forians? And this is then the sort of the encroaching baddie of the region, right? This is neither us nor that community, the human community we met before. Let's not even worry about their name. They're just, one of the many rival villages around here. But these Forians are sort of like the big empire. They have the sky vehicles, right? They actually have technology where they have these sort of like airships. Those airships in Nausicaa are so beautiful. So I imagine, very rounded, lots of rivets, like the World War II sort of plane aesthetic. Lots of propellers, though. Let's say this thing is like the size of. Let's make it pretty big. Not like aircraft carrier size, but like bigger than a bus, right? Maybe I'll make it like the size, like 100 yards, like the size of like a football field, like 100 yards long. And it kind of has that submarine feel, I guess, right? Like all the rivets and stuff on it. And it's floating above us. And say very ominously now, the shadow sort of comes over us. And there's the presence of the Empire that seems to be some kind of danger in our way, right? So not necessarily getting us closer to the conflict, but building up this conflict until finally we get, a solution card in there, is what I've got.
I wonder
What about your...
how do our characters react to the presence of the Empire, to the Empire showing up?
Yes, very good. Yeah, let's build in our poor normal folks, our villagers. Well, what do you think Troy does?
Troy would definitely try and like duck underneath something or try to kind of do a futile effort of hiding, but like we're in this like wasteland with all these like there's only so much cover around, and I think he'd be really scared. I think he's more at this point he's more scared of the Empire than he is of the Amari.
Awesome.
Excellent.
For establishing character reactions, Ellery is definitely keeping herself between Troy and any threat. I'm trying to keep the rest of y'all too, but definitely Troy, because she knows he's not necessarily the best for field work, but he's useful.
Well, I'm thinking Ranit. So these folks are like, they don't see us yet, right? They're not the visible threat. This is the threat of us getting towards the Amari, right? So they're like in our way. And so we see these folks, and maybe they're like mining something. They're mining up, maybe I'm going to say, some of these fractured crystals that have barely tiny sparks, but they've got some big giant hose that comes like 300 feet down and is like sucking up like just the crystals, right? This is how they harvest. They're like almost like how whales feed, by like just scooping up plankton. Like our village looks for the crystals that still have a charge, and we pull it out. Like we're like kind of like fishing almost. These folks just sweep through the wasteland, picking up tiny little 1,000th of a charge per fraction or something, right? So I'll say then, Ranit is curious about this technology. He's heard of these things before, but he's never seen it. Right? So I kind of look down, I make sure our charge is all protected, and I can tell that it's sort of like buzzing a little bit as I know the longer we spend time in this wasteland, we're actually losing some of the charge in our pouch here. And so I'm kind of like fascinated by seeing their technology at work. And I imagine there's really not too much we could do to hide, but there's probably other sort of scavengers and little things afoot, so maybe we're not going to be noticed by these folks. So I just kind of like actually walk towards it, almost transfixed by the technology. Still hoping not to be seen, but definitely mesmerized by the sheer power of this vessel.
I think I have an idea of how my character would react, but I'd also like to ask, could I use that as part of where I want to take the story with my card?
Yeah, please do.
So we see this sky ship coming in, which is obviously much more advanced to some extent than we are. And Frix takes off and tries to find cover near one of the larger shards of crystal. But as they do, he notices that the crystal gets brighter the closer he gets. And not only that, but it's reacting to one of the storage containers he's carrying. And so, he believes and comes upon this idea that perhaps we can create decoys that to get create like decoys away from our group so that the Empire won't find us, giving us a little bit of hope. Number for 7, and just show like brighter locations where we aren't. And of course telling everyone stay away from the larger ones, and also maybe the closer you get to larger ones, the quicker you're drained, or your crystals are drained, or your things are drained. And so also giving us a little bit of hope of a way to pass through the wasteland and have power left when we do it.
Cool. Yeah, good way to pull in that your 7 there for the card. Well, we want to jump over to the 9 of diamonds then, which is playing on our idea of not being spotted.
Yeah, so I think... So 9 is community. So I think either we are spotted or we are either in the way of, like... I think about two different options. Either the shards, the broken shards, on top of the much more industrial mining operation that's going on, that kind of disrupts the earth enough that a giant burrowing worm comes up from beneath. And so we hear this rumbling, this shaking, and the earth starts splitting. And we have to do one of those things where we all start grabbing onto each other to pull each other off of the ledge or off of breaking things, doing like the worst community team builder you've ever done, but with life and death as a stake.
So we've got a sandworm coming, and we're all now scrambling, working together. That's huge. Yeah. Shoot. Okay, so the ground's rumbling. Granite breaks the transfixion. It's like, oh, shoot, and like notices this. And you're saying we kind of are aware that these sandworms exist. And we know that this mining operation has sort of attracted it in a certain way, right?
Has disturbed the ground or some shit, yeah.
Yeah. Empire doesn't care because it's flying. So it probably sees these worms pop up all the time. It's like no biggie, but we are in harm's way. Love it. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna grab onto Frix is hiding behind that biggest crystal. I'm going arm in arm with the Frix for sure.
Troy's going to cling on to Ellery and say, "We gotta go, we gotta go, 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 we gotta go, 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 go."
Yeah. Oh, and maybe too the Amari have some kind of thing. Maybe they can buzz their wings and they can hover just a few inches off the ground. And some of them are like picking us up, right? And they can like keep our feet, just that. And we're like, oh, we didn't even know they could do this sort of thing.
Our buddy who we healed enough to be able to lift some of us.
Yeah. Well, and I imagine we've probably got 5 or 6 of their big, sort of their hulking ones with us too, right? Like maybe there's like maybe a group of 10 humans and like 5 or 6 of these Amari with us. And maybe I'm picturing the hulking ones. If they're big enough, they can each pick up like 2 of us or something.
Yeah.
That could be sweet.
So, adding seasons on top of that.
So okay, so great. So Stevie then introduces this idea of this sandworm, which maybe hasn't broken the surface just yet, but is about to, and the sand's all moving and like it's almost like quicksand beneath us.
Mm.
What are you thinking, Corey? Then using the seasons here, which is somehow going to maybe help us connect with these Amari folks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is giving me some thought to play with. Make sure I stay on camera as I'm wiggling. Ooh. I think I'm going to lean into the fact that we've introduced 2 new conflicts into this whole cultural exchange event. And we've got the other human faction leader with us. I'm just going to name him Andrew just for fun. Got Andrew with us. Seasons. I'm regretting my choices.
Well, you can reach out. I mean, does anyone have any ideas we might want to play off of or bring into it?
I mean, because I can mess with the Empire a little bit with that, shifting of seasons. Fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to? Yeah, if you want to bring in some kind of, are you thinking weather? Are you thinking there's gonna be some kind of weather issue?
Yeah, I want to bring in some weather issues, especially like this is post-apocalypse. There's definitely some weird weather going on.
Mm.
If do you have any spare wire on you, Rennet or Fricks? I have an idea.
I've got my full kit with me. I've got everything. Yeah.
If one of our new bug friends can get me up there, I can probably get a lightning rod rigged up.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I can give you. Maybe we have like an empty charge box, and it's like a conductor, right? We have this like basically this huge lightning rod in a box, and you want to strap it up and like hook it to their
ship?
Like sabotage.
Yes.
Okay. So this time of year, there are electrical storms. We can imagine maybe there's some like heat lightning in the sky. And you're going to bond with the Amari by going on this sabotage mission together.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like fun.
Troy says, be careful.
Yeah, I give you the stuff because you ask for it, and then I realize what you were going to do with it. I'm like, whoa.
I mean, I didn't play the Troublemaker card yet, but I'm still going to play to that because if I can't do it against myself, I'm going to do it in my favor against someone else, which just happens to be this giant Empire ship collecting corrupted shards. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Great. And technically, I mean, this is great. Technically, the mechanical weight or impact of this card is that it's helping us bond with the Amari, right? So they notice somehow that we share an enemy, right? They're like, oh, you hate these guys too? Whatever. And you're like, oh, yes.
And I'll probably just be like the hand sign for we.
Yeah.
Like, let's worry about shared language later. They understand who shares at least.
Yeah. I'm picturing them with sort of like a big carapace and like, almost like cicada, like, I guess, with like a, a hard sort of outer shell, and like the wings that come out almost look like, it looks like there's like 30 wings the way it just sort of buzzes. But like a harder shell, right? The top wings come out and then the little wings sort of buzz underneath it. That's kind of, I think, how I'm picturing it. Okay, so do we like keep, and you're going to go connect one of our sort of lightning rod things to like an edge of this ship. You are much braver than I.
I am a troublemaker.
That is awesome. Yeah, I try to like convince you not to go, but it's like too late. You're already like up in the air heading towards them.
Yep.
Awesome. And those are all of our turns?
I think so, yes.
So I'm going to draw a card because I played that 5. Stevie's going to draw a card for playing that 9. And then Corey, you get to draw a card for that 10. We have John just taking one for the team again, just helping that conflict.
I'm here to look pretty.
And I can't play. There's too many clubs out there.
Where am I gonna play this?
Final answers?
Final
Cool.
answer.
Let's flip over the stack on the left. Sorry, I'm just going to try to make sure we can sort of keep track of what are the problems and what are the solutions here, if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Awesome. Okay, well, let's start with this this 9 of spades.
All right, so playing on that theme of desire, yeah, I'm definitely playing into the, like, I just want to cause these guys trouble, but 9 is community. I am building community with my new Amari friend.
And this is the conflict of us getting the little one there. Remember, we have like 4 or 5 big ones, and we have the one sort of littler one, keeping them alive.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe even doing like it big and noisy and distracting the mining ship, because all of a sudden there's a human holding hands essentially with one of these Amari, just gunning for him, wanting to cause all sorts of trouble, landing on their ship and attempting to attach this device to bring him down.
Okay, so if we think this is going to help us, how is this helping us keep the one alive that's back at the, that's back like with us all on the ground?
Well, if I'm making myself a big enough noise, they're not going to notice the little ones on the ground.
Cool. Yeah, so you're just attracting attention towards away from the group.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And if I can do damage in the process, I'm going to do damage in the process.
I like that. So so we'll say then you've attracted the attention of this Empire ship as you're getting like picked up as you're like, getting held by this thing flying towards them. Cool. What about the Jack?
So that is playing secrets on brilliance, on this trying not to be spotted amidst all these things. And the worm doesn't have eyes. The worm is all doing vibrations and things like that. And I'm trying to think of what a good secret could be. Maybe one of the Amaris that are with us, they know a secret song that is traditionally only kept within their own people, and they know this song that can soothe the worm.
Cool.
And so we can also get that Nausicaa creepy like tune going vibe. Yeah. And so that kind of, so the worm calms. There's still quite a bit of wreckage and displacement everywhere, but it stops actively trying to mess us up. Granted, that does make us visible because the Amari had to go forward and like be in front of the worm. And so I think our position is a little more visible now.
Yeah, but still the Empire would have like chalked that up to worm sign. Maybe, right? They're like, oh yeah, there's agitated worms over there, no biggie. And so it's like a little bit of a pocket maybe. Yeah. That's great. And then we got the queen.
All right, so we have grief in that category that I did earlier for, I think that was our hope category, but I was thinking, the hope was hiding and finding our way through. I think that what we're doing the lightning rod and everything else, the Empire is now aware that there is something going on down there. And we watch as their ship turns in the sky, and as it turns, it kind of banks, and it has a broadside of cannons that it begins shooting at the ground. And obviously, we're part of a larger contingent out here. And we have our little moment of Return of the Jedi Ewoks, flying through the air as they're being blasted, kind of thing. So
yeah. So the first casualties of this encounter, and it's shared grief too between us and maybe a couple of those Amaris get hurt, and then a couple of our people do. Yeah, I think that's cool. So in the immediate surroundings, we're imagining sort of like crystal outcroppings, like very, very flat, almost like desert of like ashen ground with these pink crystals and things, and then sort of like outcroppings or maybe like a broken tech or something, right? Is that kind of what you're all picturing? This like very flat sort of wasteland. Um, and so yeah, now these cannons just huge explosions, right? Like maybe like enough that would blow up like a cottage or something, right? Like these big like 30-foot radius type things. A few of the bodies getting sort of shot back. I've got me and is it me and Fricks? Are we being held by the same Amari, right? Like picked up by the same thing, like kind of like hiding back behind some of the tech. Um, the movie goes in silence. You just watch the explosions happening.
Troy is also hiding, cowering away, but the Amari that was protecting him or holding him is one of the Amari that gets killed, and he watches it happen in front of him and he gets this feeling of like, I could have done something, but I just hid here, and now this other being's gone.
Yeah. This is more dangerous than the last mission.
Yeah. a bit higher stakes.
So you all get to draw a card, and I still don't. And then play him if you got him. I still can't play.
Let's see. Oh, let me... All right.
Cool. Let's flip those over. Maybe we'll start with a 6.
Okay, so discovery. I'm going to say that the shelling of the ground has opened up in this polluted wasteland a old abandoned nest. And so it kind of collapses in on itself, and we now have we see a network that these worms have used prior, but it looks like it's abandoned, and if we wanted to take cover, we could.
Awesome. And if this is us then safely getting to the end of the wasteland, maybe we can travel. Are you thinking we travel underground through this tunnel system now?
I like
That's
tunnels.
rad.
What can I say?
And then our Stevie.
And I think in these tunnels, as we go into the tunnels, and maybe we're also now carrying a couple wounded with us as well, a couple more wounded. We start heading into the tunnel, but before we do, there needs to be a signal of some sort sent to Ellery and the Amari that are with them. They're still like up, like causing mayhem with the thing. So we've got to communicate with them somehow. So I think Troy would grab Ranit and Fricks and try to get them to help remove a larger shard of the crystal, to try to move it carefully, and then try to get it to catch either the sun or something like that, to do a light and try and shine a light, like almost like we're using like a mirror of some. Or wait, crystals don't work that way.
They refract.
They refract. Dang it.
We'll put a piece of metal behind it, and then it becomes like a mirror, right? The light will go through and then bounce back.
Yeah, and or maybe Ranit has like a mirror just like in there, like a standard adventurer's pack. Something to try and collaboratively find a way to get the right angle to start flashing light in like a SOS or like, hey, pay attention to us down here, specifically around Ellerly, like constantly trying to go in like her eyes. Because we all want to get across the wasteland safely.
Yeah. Are you okay with that, Corey?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
also
yeah.
going to suggest like maybe just grab one of our Amari friends because they have hive mind.
Oh!
So one of the Amari waits, because there's at least one
What are you doing?
asshole of an Amari being like, waits for us to do all this MacGyver shit, and then goes, I can just text.
Yeah, I like that. That's brilliance on several levels. Yeah, we build this whole machine. The sand is like erupting. The shells are going off. 3 of us are trying to like get her attention, but they're like they're like hundreds of yards like up in the sky or whatever, and we're like failing miserably. Yeah, and the Amari's.
Excellent.
And you get like live link to Ellery's brain. It's like, hey, we're trying to leave. Oh, okay, got it.
That is weird, but okay.
Awesome. Oh, and what about what do we have now? The Jack?
Was the Jack played? Jack was played last round.
Oh.
Yeah, I was.
So I think it's the
6.
ace.
Oh, sorry. We have the ace and the queen over there. Okay, cool.
Ace. Yeah, kind of playing into very yes and on this. That loyalty card. I think the queen was also played last round. Nobody played on the ace.
It still won't count as a high card though.
Okay. Okay. See what you mean. So, but playing on that whole weird hive mind loyalty thing, Ellery's just going to nod her head, try to hide her shudder at suddenly being connected to at least Troy. Mind to mind, that's definitely a weird feeling. She's gonna stab her little tech pack into the side of the ship as hard as she can, and then just ask her new friend to get us the hell out of here.
Awesome.
So, as safely as possible. So, there we go.
I like that, and I like the idea too that like the 2 of you go. You are the 2 now like cultural ambassadors, right? The 2 of you have gone through this thing together, and it's now the hope was that we could work peacefully together. You've like resolved that in the sense of in our story now. That's cool.
Yeah, like maybe there's a moment where like someone was about to fire at your buddy, but you like do like a sweeping roundhouse kick or something and like knock the gun out or something like that. Like you come in solid for them, and like you have a moment of like looking at each other and like.
Yeah, I mean, and then like you connecting to the Amari on the ground and me connecting through the Amari in the air at like round, weird, psychic circle thing. It's just like, this is a new thing. Okay, I'm just gonna run with it.
Yeah, that's cool. And wait, that's everyone then. So, who is it that's drawing a card? Stevie's drawing a card, and then Corey is picking someone else to draw a card.
You, Calvin, because you cannot play.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, now let's see what we got.
So, even if the ace didn't count as a high card, because it's still part of a 4-card conflict, it was technically the 4th card, would that still solve that conflict?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it counts for us. It's good for everyone else. And if you play your ace, mechanically, then you've already played your highest card. So we kind of don't need you to draw another one, especially if we were like in an end game type scenario. So you get to pick someone else to draw a card. And it could be a little card counting. Like you picked me for a good mechanical reason, right? You knew I didn't have a card I could play, so you picked me. That was the optimum move, right? It could be that you card count a little bit and you see Calvin's played a bunch of high cards. John has played a bunch of high cards already. I'm going to have Stevie draw because we know Stevie's the one who's got all the face cards left in their deck, right? So you did it right. You sussed out who would have been the smartest person and you picked them. And that ace then just gets tucked in the stack. So the same rank or higher can't play on your own suit.
And I'm out of cards, so I'm cannot play.
Oh, because John keeps playing them and other people keep
Oh,
trumping.
no.
Yep, but that's
I'm
how it
sorry, John.
goes.
Hey, but if I get my ace, then I'll try to pull you back in, right? Okay, so we've got 3 then. I'm going to flip.
Yeah.
Cool. So I've got this. This is our conflict of actually traversing successfully. The brilliance is before that we actually got Ellery, we were able to connect with Ellery, got them on board. So I'm going to say we're going to just run through these tunnels, and our little, like the little pack that I'm keeping on me that has some charge, like every now and then a little charge, almost like a will-o'-the-wisp, just like floats out and like hits like a light in these like abandoned tunnels or something. Maybe this nest, it was like partially inhabited by some of the worms might use it, but it's an old like Amari nest, we think maybe. What were you thinking when you said the underground network, John? Was it a nest for worms or a nest for an Amari hive?
I had thought nests for worms, but the thing is,
Okay.
as far
Who's
as
to
I'm
say
concerned, it's one of those things where I didn't exactly, solidify any of that.
Yeah.
We just knew it was
Okay.
abandoned.
So yeah, so these abandoned tunnels, and I'll say the little charges are like coming out. These little will-o'-the-wisps are coming out of our charge pack, and that's how we're lighting the way, so we know where to go. Right? I can like flick almost like a little flint and tinder type thing, and sort of spark out these little will-o'-the-wisps that then follow us around and keep us, so we can see our way through. And now instead of being on top of the wasteland, we're going to go the rest of the trek, the tunnels, to resolve the conflict of successfully getting to the end of our journey. What do we have over on the conflict? The conflict of keeping that poor Amari alive.
So this is a king of memory. So I think the Amari is starting to fade. And they start to act a little bit more panicked. And as if they're trying really hard. They want to do something. And I think they reach out to whoever ends up being closest. I think Troy is like kind of in the back. We have Ranit is up in the front with the lights leading forward. Maybe they reach out to Fricks. And there's a reaching out, a connection, a mental connection, as this Amari, whose name, Fricks, you learn to discover is Jawin. And Jawin wants to impart all of their memories to you in case they don't make it, because they know that they're starting to fade.
Cool.
And then what about on our remaining hidden conflict?
the Ellery's Imari friend. She learns through that connection is named Cheetle. And through his memories, knows that the lightning storm that's about to happen is going to overpower these crystals and make it super brilliant, to the point where that ship, if there are any survivors, aren't going to be able to see these tunnel entrances because it is so bright up top.
Cool. So the 3 of us are drawing cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on the also not great at poker face.
Right.
Decisions.
I know. Is there anyone who can't play?
I can play. I'm just trying to figure out. Yep.
Okay, let's flip these over. Wait, no, is that all? Is that all that can play? The 3? Because John, you don't have a card, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Excellent! Excellent job by all.
Wow.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this card actually, and I'm gonna place it. I'm gonna cover up this king with it. It basically effectively removes a card from that stack, right? So I'll just go. My 2 is that I hold grudges, and this is keeping this Amari alive. I'll say that I have a grudge with Fricks. Fricks is at the jack of all trades and has been getting like more and more useful, and has been maybe like borrowed a tool and like didn't return it, and I'm all like, I let you borrow that fancy tool and you never gave it back. And so I don't realize it, but in my sort of like I kind of like bump into him or whatever, and I disrupt that memory passing thing. And it actually it breaks the connection between the two of them, and so those memories sort of can't get passed, and that like leads to more like anxiety or pressure on the system of this Amari. So I'm like not trying to kill anything, I just inadvertently break that connection, which woefully then pushes that Amari closer to death by disrupting their emotional connection with Fritz.
All right.
What about our troublemaker?
Maybe sometimes she's a little too much trouble, and even if this ship goes down, there are still going to be survivors, and they still can track her, because she made her presence very, very known.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And then that will then put that Amari in danger, because eventually we won't.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't make it across, they'll be the first ones to suffer because they won't reach medical aid.
Mm-hmm.
What about our diamonds there, Stevie?
All right, so my 2 is being a scaredy cat. So I think with the knowledge that this lightning storm is coming, that it's going to make all the crystals super brilliant, I think... Ooh. I think Troy would say, well then, let's go deeper. Let's go deeper into the tunnels. We can hide there. We can go into the dark where there's no crystals and no fragments, and we can hide, and then they won't be able to see us. And we try to go down a different route of the tunnels, and there are no crystals. However, we do see light refracting from our light sources that we carry. We see the shine of eyes in the shadows ahead of us, like cat eyes almost, like how they reflect light. So kind of the cowardice managed to walk us right into the path of some other creatures.
Awesome. I like that a lot. So your scaredy cat ways definitely don't help us out. I'm going to put this jack on top of you because technically that's still the high card. And then we're going to tuck those 2s up in there and just realize they count as negative. So now we have 0 cards on top of the conflict of that poor Amari making it alive. And we only have 1 card on top of us not getting spotted. And I like how you brought in a new spotting. So now we're not referring to the Empire, we're referring to this new creature or whatever that might be sort of spotting us in the dark, which is rad.
I thought I played it.
We all get to draw cards.
Okay. Just one?
Yeah, just 1 for those of us that played 2s. And I can't play.
I can't play.
I can't play.
Oh man, this ain't looking good for Jawin. Oh, Jawin, my buddy. Oh no.
So okay, so we have resolution now. We can narrate the resolution. So for the first of actually traversing the pollution, right? Traversing the wasteland, we made that one okay. So I have the high card on that. So I'm gonna fill in a little circle on the 3, right? I got an XP then on that 3. I'm filling in a little circle there. For this next, for keeping that Amari safe, that Amari is sadly gonna die in Frick's arms. So the diamond suit that is Troy, you're gonna actually fill in a circle on the 4. You gain an XP on 4. The rest of us are going to put an X. So on this little circle here for the 4, then I'm going to X out one of these circles. If that happens to me again, then I'm going to generate a flaw to do with desire.
Okay.
Right? So, yeah, so Stevie gets the XP. The rest of us all get nixed.
Yeah. Just a note. One of the cards on that 8 was a king. It was my king. I don't know where my king went. Unless we played... No, because I couldn't play a king on the 9.
Right. No, yeah, you played your 2 here. And then...
Oh, did I play on myself?
No, you did not.
Okay.
There's just a card tucked under 1.
Oh, there's another card under here somewhere. Sorry.
There it is.
Oh, so you get this one over
I don't
here.
want to take XP from Stevie, but at the same time I'm like, wait a second, hold on, I'm missing a card.
No, that's really good. No, that's good. To keep it all straight. Yeah, so Troy is gonna get that on that 4, we all lose. Over here then on this 8, Ellery is gonna be able to fill in one circle on that 8, and the rest of us are gonna take X's. And then on the last one over here, we resolve that one, right? So Brix
Maybe
is going to get, what's that, Steve?
Sorry. So maybe, or sorry, resolve that first.
So John is going to write down then, is going to get the experience point on the 7 there, and none of us have to suffer X's because we resolved that. So the resolution of that is that we have successfully then bonded and sort of made peace through conflict with these Amari folks. So for folks then that gained XP, you can kind of again generate a truth for the world. On mine for this pollution thing, I think everything we said I think is pretty cool. I'll say that in this polluted world, there are these sort of like fragments of crystals that generate a little bit of power, and I'll just play off this idea that the Empire actually harvests more like plankton, like the whales do. They're not out hunting for mines. Well, maybe they are too, but they can also generate a bunch of power just from hoovering up these little small fractions. I like that idea, so I'll want to keep that in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So because we successfully beat the traversing the wasteland, but we did not beat the getting spotted, does that mean we managed to traverse the wasteland, but there's like enemies on our tail?
Yeah, so the way that these work then, this 4 now, this conflict of the person tragically dying, will technically then be stored or saved as a conflict, and will come back even harder the next time. So what we will do then on our you have your character sheets, there's also the world sheet, like that list where we would put all of our themes down. Mm-hmm. Next to that 4, we would now write down that dying Amari. I think that we should have that individual Amari die, but we make this sort of like an Amari sickness. Mm. And we would write that then on the world sheet, which instead of a cute 4x6 is a slightly bigger 5x7, right next to where we have the theme. Thank you, Corey's got that. We would write down this issue of these, now this Amari, instead of a truth now, the thing that we would be adding to the story is this dying Amari. And now if we put a 4 down again, that's going to come back with a 5 difficulty.
Gotcha.
So that could be another Amari dying. It could be, that conflict is now sort of set until we overcome it.
Gotcha.
And then the 8 then being spotted, same thing. So now that problem, if we put an 8 again, instead of worrying about brilliance, we bring in the same conflict that is sort of the end of this issue, right? So now that 8 card, when we use it to establish a conflict, is going to be, I think you should decide what it is. What is it that spotted us in these tunnels that will show up next time we play an 8 as the conflict?
They are these scavengers. So they managed to use the tunnels that are left over from the worms. They've kind of filled that ecological niche of scavenger. And they are like kind of diseased, mutated hyenas almost that have like a cackling kind of bark. And these reflective eyes, so really good night vision.
So we saw them, and let's say we were just able to sort of get away and make it safely to the nest. Or maybe more of these Amari showed up and kind of flicked their wings and sort of, like elephants scaring away the hyenas or something. But those things are now circling at some point. And anytime we play that 8 now, it's going to represent those scavenger hyenas. Not necessarily the word brilliance, but their sparkling eyes, right? That conflict has now been saved, and we'll come back with a difficulty of 5.
Gotcha. And then, do we still get to do truths?
Yes, I did mine by just saying I like this idea of like this hoovering. That's sort of enough for me. If you want to add more to,
Desire.
Yeah, to that conflict about maybe the health of the Amari or some kind of way that they're connected. Kind of whatever you want to do. If you want to add something to the story about that.
I think the truth that I want to establish is that the Amari have a very different view of death than we do. So, like, their reaction to the death of this Amari is very different than ours. It's like, because the memory of this Amari is remembered by every other person who's a part of this hive. So even though they passed, it's treated like it was at least in service for something, or doing something for the betterment of the hive, and the hive will remember.
Yeah, I like that. And that almost, I guess, if you would say that, then it's almost like then that conflict could almost be defined. If it's not really like worried that the individual dies, it might be maybe that restored conflict then should be something more to do with Fricks, and be like Fricks being able to accept those memories. And so, I like your truth better than my way of summarizing that conflict. So next to that 4, then, instead of writing the dying Amari, I'm going to write down Fricks accepting the memory. Is that okay, Fricks, if we do that, John?
Yeah.
So that's like your character trying to like assimilate that memory that came to you. And now when we finally resolve that conflict, you'll have that sort of supreme access to these memories just like Dawan did. Yeah, awesome. Because if they like chose you to connect with, it's almost like you would then be brought into the hive, right? This is like you being like assimilated through mind into the hive. That'd be sweet.
It's too bad we didn't keep mutation from when we were doing the,
I think I was. This is actually a really good little discussion then to have. So everyone, grab your cards, pull those to the side. So for the folks watching at home or on the bus or I don't know in a park on a swing with a Wi-Fi connection. When we were having our conversation about the themes to include on the list, I think it was Jonathan that had suggested mutation, and when I finally curated the list and put it together, I chose pollution over mutation because it was a Nausicaa world, and I was thinking in the Nausicaa world, any mutations would have been caused by pollution, and the pollution is then that more sort of that broader struggle that our people would be having in this kind of story. When we were going back and forth about whether this would be a Nausicaa type world or like a Mad Max Fury Road, if we had gone Fury Road, then that mutation would have been better because it's not so much the pollution that's the problem in a Fury Road where it's all very almost humanist in a way, right? It's all these, how have people adapted in this empty world? The world is almost dead now. It's really just the struggle of humans. That mutation would have been a much better theme because then you would bring in how all these people have sort of adapted or maladapted to that world, right? But in the Nausicaa, it's like if you want to bring in mutation, you can do that anytime you play that 3 card, right? Like you can talk about the mutations whenever we play that pollution, I think. So so that's actually a good conversation to have, right? When it comes to determining themes, in Nausicaa world, that pollution entails mutations. Go ahead and play off of that anytime we use pollution. And then in a Mad Max world, The focus was really more on that human consequence, which is mutation, and you probably don't really need to worry about pollution in Mad Max. But I think those were very related themes. So yeah, really, that was great to bring that up, because that's exactly what will happen in your KingPink games when everyone here starts playing. It'll be then, and you'll see how then that whole world gets, the whole story sort of spirals out based on which of those themes you pick. Okay, well, are we all ready to draw 3 cards?
Mm-hmm.
And now's when things start getting interesting, because now you have folks that are very worried about getting X's and very worried about which conflicts come back into play, right? You can see how it plays out then a little bit like Solitaire, where sometimes it's just the luck of the draw, where we 4, no matter how hard we try, might not be able to get in a successful spot to overcome or to preserve our legacy, right? It's a little bit of an uphill battle sometimes in your KingPink game.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of uphill battles, I'm going to play my card.
Excellent. Great foreshadowing.
All right.
Okay, awesome. Let's flip these over.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of pollution and mutation.
I was just thinking that.
So we've got 2 there, and that looks like that's going to be Corey and John again are going to come up with this combined pollution issue.
Corey and Stevie.
Sorry. Corey and Stevie are going to come with that pollution issue. I've got something with community, and then John will come up with discovery. So do we want to... What do you think we want to set this? If anyone has some cool ideas, if we want to continue right here, if we want to jump, back to our place, say it's like a couple months later, we've established good relationship. Like how do we want to do this? Anyone got any cool ideas for conflicts that might hint at where should we jump time-wise?
I was thinking in the hive, like trying to be among this different and almost alien culture to us.
Cool.
But
Maybe
that's
we could
just
say
a
that.
suggestion.
Well, what if this storm has sort of like kept us here and we can't sort of leave yet? So we've been here longer than we thought, right? Maybe it's like we've been here a whole month and that lightning storm outside. Do we imagine that Ellery was very successful and that Empire ship just like exploded like a huge, and we all safely made it to this hive? And maybe, the storm has kept us here. Is that cool with other folks?
Yeah. Especially
Yeah,
if we
in fact,
got
discovery is my conflict. And we could be trying to find our way out. That things have shifted, and I guess we weren't paying enough attention, or perhaps we ran from those hyena-like creatures, and now we're trying to find our way back out.
Okay, cool. I'll say then community. Okay, so cool. So yours is us. Do you want to say it's us finding a way to leave the hive? And then the next scene will probably be more wilderness, not finding a way for us to get all the way home. Do you want the resolution of this conflict to mean we're home safe? Or do you want the resolution of the conflict to mean we've successfully left the hive and at least found the direction home?
I think successfully left the hive.
Cool. I'm going to say for community then, I want mine to be that some of our humans that are with us have sort of, the ones that don't have the connection, all of us have sort of connected with this hive mind, at least minimally, right? We've all like experienced a flash. Let's say the other humans with us from our hometown, they haven't. They kind of like hate us now. We're a little bit like outcasts. And their whole time they're thinking, they're learning weaknesses because they're thinking like, how can we eventually come and like burn this hive out, right? And so this conflict is going to be whether our attitude of peace is going to win out, and that's the message that gets back to our town, or their message of, the weaknesses of the hive and now we can burn it. That's going to be the message that makes it back to our hometown, right? I'll say that. So it's a conflict within our community, sort of arguing with these people, trying to tell them like, hey, like we have this connection. These are feeling real beings. And these folks like, you guys are just weird hippies. These are bugs. I can't believe they haven't killed us yet. They don't understand a word we say. Like, we're here among the enemy. We need to leave, right? And they're kind of all, still in that older mindset. So I'll make that our conflict. It's us sort of whether or not our home community is going to believe us or believe them.
All right, Corey, what are you thinking?
We are still below the wasteland. Yeah, it might be a little less here, but there's still definitely some. It reaches deep.
Mm-hmm,
There might be
mm-hmm.
some weird issues finding, food and clean water if we're stuck down here for a while.
Yeah, maybe the Hive is already pressed for resources. That's why they had sent folks out in the first place anyway, to look for more resources that were uncontaminated. So maybe it's not only a matter of how do we get out, but how do we survive while we're here?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like us and the Hive, right? It's kind of like, yeah, cool. So yeah, so we've got a tense scene here that hopefully will end with us having supplies, the Hive safe, and us fully healthy, with our ideology, I guess, winning out over the rest of our community, and with us having an idea and a direction about how to get home. It's kind of like the three conflicts here. Cool. Well, I've got 2 cards in my hand. Awesome. Let's flip these over.
All right.
Let's start.
Same brain.
That's good. Here, I'm going to focus on one stack at a time so we don't end up in that same boat where we kind of forgot whose card came next. Okay, so whichever one of you wants to go first, you can talk about this idea of the supplies and remaining safe through the pollution.
Well, obviously, we definitely want to find good supplies. Empire. Maybe we find an Empire cache.
Ooh.
Yeah, cool.
Like, not even just the one that we just fought, but maybe a previous generation that maybe initiated the initial conflict between the previous generations. So,
Yeah.
but it's still clean and pristine.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I like that.
Let's roleplay that a bit then. If we imagine we're all sort of in this nest, and we say it's been like a month or so as we've been caught here by these storms, are you like out exploring, Ellery, and you kind of come across like human-made tunnels that sort of connected to this, and you find this like door or something that like leads to this?
Yeah.
These old Empire supplies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably taking Cheetle with me, just because I'm like,
Yeah.
might need
Oh,
backup.
do we all have like that person that we sort of like connected or like bonded with or something? We have like our counterpart or our analog in the Hive.
Yeah,
Well, Jawan died.
So Fricks does it, but I do.
because Ellery's very curious, but yeah, she's also part of that curiosity is going out and exploring and finding that precursor empire that maybe caused all of this. But they still have clean supplies because they hoarded everything and stuck it down in tunnels.
Yeah, so we've been like eating like leaves and like hive sludge for like a month, and you find like a bunch of like awesome canned foods, and we're like, yes.
Yeah, and I take Troy with me. I mean, if Troy doesn't mind.
Yeah, no, Troy's down. Troy puts on a brave face. He's trying to be braver. He's trying to be like tougher, and so he's like, "Yeah, let's go. Totally, no problem."
Ellery does not believe it, but she doesn't care.
Nope. I'm not scared of the storms.
Yeah. You know better than I what supplies would be clean and safe enough. I trust your judgment.
Yeah.
You're like Merry and Pippin after the fall of like Orthanc or whatever. You're just like, sweet. You're just having all the turkey legs and the long bottom leaf.
We find a stash of lembas bread.
Yeah.
You see,
That's
you were
rad.
thinking limbus bread. I was thinking the bread from the new Star Wars trilogy, the first movie. That
Yeah.
the green instant bread. This is why I took you.
Cool. Well, we've got how are seasons then? We've got a card 10 here playing off of this fracture within our human contingent.
I think we've been down here long enough now that winter has come.
Yeah.
And so we are trying to find our way out, but at the same time, there is that reality that we know that when we get out, it's going to be harder. And that is driving part of the fracture that's taking place in the community as well. Is that concern for the people back home, concern that we're going to make it ourselves.
Yeah, and they kind of needed this power that we have in our pack or something, right? So like they don't have that because we're out here. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I also played a 10. And this is for us getting back home. I'll say the storms then are volatile enough that they're like constantly, it's like static charges just constantly going across the wasteland, right? It's like the sky versus the crystals on the ground. If you traversed across the wasteland, you would just get struck by lightning. There's like 100% chance, right, that anyone went across would. So let's say it's a lot of like static lightning going up and down all over these wastelands, and that's kind of why we're stuck here. But we'll say that also then is constantly paving in some of the tunnels, opening up other tunnels, and the land, not landform, the topography of the ground is then constantly changing because of these storms, right? And we have like, sometimes when it hits, it just like shatters the sand and just creates these like gorgeous glass like explosion type things as the sand is just like fried by the lightning. And sometimes, yeah, like caves in or opens up. And we've now got wind or lead on, maybe the hive mind comes back or someone from the hive comes back, or the four of us get like a glimmer of one of the Mari sort of seeing a new tunnel that just opened up. And we're like, ooh, this could be our way home. It's the right direction. It's kind of the right width. It seems like this might be a chance for us to get out of here. So we all get to draw cards. You guys tie again.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it there. But I don't think that's Stevie and I.
Okay, so here I'm gonna go and move this 3 real fast, just because technically that's part of the problem, not the solution, right? There we go. Okay, let's do the first stack. This 9 stack first. I played a jack.
And I played a jack.
Nice.
Boom. Hive mind. Hive mind.
So this is secrets. Oh, okay. Well, let's all come up with. Well, I guess we don't have to, but I'm fine doing like a paint the scene where we all get to come up with something. Maybe we each know a secret about our community or something that's going to help us out. Like, why do I think the leaders are going to believe me and not these other buffoons, right? So I don't want to pull like a blackmail thing, I guess, but I'll say that secretly, I've like snuck in when I was a kid and shouldn't have been. I remember hearing some of like the pacifists in our town talking about potentially connecting with the Amari even back in that earlier war, right? That other generational war of ours, there were some pacifists who thought that the Amari could be reasoned with. They got outvoted back then, but now they're like in their 80s or something, and I know that if we can just get them, like they have power now, and they will believe me because they thought it even back then, right? And I'm thinking like, boomers and flower children and stuff like that, right? And I'm like, if I can just get, like, they'll remember that from when they're kids. But if you guys, I mean, if anyone else has anything too, I think it might be cool if we can, if anyone can think up stuff, I'm cool with that.
I'll let John and Corey do their secrets if they want to, and then I'll say my secret.
Well, is this all of us or just the two?
Oh.
The two of y'all that pick cards.
I was thinking anyone can. I mean, I like the idea of, because we're like a hive mind, I kind of like the idea that I guess it could just be me and Troy, but I think it might be cool if it's everyone. We're all having, like, because now you get to see me have this flashback, right? Like, I had what I thought was a secret, and you all like you can all see the same memory from my childhood as well.
I mean, to be fair, mine kind of ties into what I was going to do with my card, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's grab it. Let's just break it to the card. That's cool.
Yeah. Then I'll say my secret. Troy falls in love with one of the Amari. And I'm thinking, what's the name of the Amari that was with Ellery?
Cheadle.
Yeah. Yep, Troy falls for Cheadle. And even though they're not supposed to be, and there is all of this community backlash, but Troy falls for this strong, gentle, giant Amari.
Awesome. Cool. Well, let's rock it. So we have the other stack now.
Cool.
All right.
Oh.
Give us a secret, John.
Secret.
So, in this discovery setup they were doing that I had started, we were trying to find our way out. Well, the secret that comes to light is that there's a faction within our group that knows the way out, and they haven't revealed it because they want to leave us behind.
Awesome. Awesome.
A faction of like our own people?
Our own people. They're the faction of like these people are insane and they would be a detriment to bring back, and they actually know the way out.
Cool.
Cool.
And they're just waiting for the exact right moment. Now that we have that cache of supplies, now it's like a bigger risk. And now they're like, it could be their moment. Sweet.
Which would tie into Ellery's grief, because as the month has worn on and she's gotten to know Cheadle and seen her friend and this creature fall in love, she's not going to question it. Whatever. She kind of remembers and does share with Cheadle her grief that, hey, look, the initial plan was to bomb your people during the winter when y'all were down, and dealing with that fallout. Because now she's like mind linked with him, which is
right.
Still getting used to that. Not quite sure how to deal with that, but she's being honest with him at least, even if it's like painful.
Yeah. Well, and that's good because then they get to see the risk that would happen if this other contingent sort of gets it too, right?
Yeah. Especially if somebody approaches Ellery not remembering. She is linked to this creature, to Cheadle now, and because it was her plan originally.
I like the fact that so far none of us are aware of this though, right? Like our characters kind of we know we're in conflict with them, but I think like what John just entered into about them like already kind of having a plan, I think it's pretty sweet. Yeah. Cool. Well, I guess the two of us, me and Stevie get to draw, and then Corey gets to draw. We are decimating this one. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Although at any point someone can play it too, no matter what we do.
Yeah.
That's why it's good. Sometimes you keep stacking extra ones, right? Just in case. Yeah. Cool. Well, let's do this stack over here. Let's do this. We got a 9.
Mm-hmm.
What's the
So,
next step in this issue of our supply needs and keeping everyone safe as the storm rages on?
well, to Ellery, the Amari have become part of her community, whether she likes it or not.
Yeah.
And she's, at this point, she's been through too much with them to not like it, essentially. She's going to make sure that the Amari, even the lower caste Amari, get what they need of this new supply cache to keep them, at least, if not, fully nutritious, at least up and able to function. So, even possibly to her own detriment.
How are you distributing this then?
Working with Cheadle and Troy to, determine nutritional needs and the values of all these supplies, and getting a little rough if necessary with some discontents if needed. But just
because I guess that's what they would be like learning from us, right? And they're like mind link. They have this if it's like a very stratified, like the worker bees, the soldier bees, like whatever it is, they're like sort of learning this other way to be from merging with us or something.
Yeah.
Sweet. Flipping over in the middle. Got an ace.
That was me. And so, I was going to say that for the ace, that's my virtue, right?
Yep.
So that is my, I am focused, hyper-focused even. And this was our community issue, the division within the community.
Yeah.
And I'll actually bring that up, in this grand speech with the group there, and I'm this like, we can't let this, this concept divide us. I have been out here with all of you so many times. I've gone out here, you know me, you know what we're doing, and I have never turned back from a challenge, never given up. And so I'm asking all of you to not give up either. And let's find our way out together. That all this division doesn't change the fact that it's still winter outside, that the Empire is somewhere out there, and that our loved ones need us and what we're carrying. And so I'm trying to get everybody else also focused on the goal.
Yeah. And is this when Ellery is like passing out the food and stuff too? Could it be like the same moment sort of thing? If
let's
it's,
do that.
Cool. And then let's see, we got over here. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh no, so much grief.
I'll say in the middle of this like sort of happy time when you're kind of like getting everyone together, and Ellery is passing out the food, and it's almost like, it's a little bit of celebration. Like, finally, we think we have this covered. We think we have a lead for the way out. I'll say some of the other contingent tried to make their break for it, and they were gonna like leave us behind. And like, let's say one of them dies, and so like the ground wasn't as safe as they thought it was. And so if there's a team of a few of them, one of the people sort of like falls through the ground in this hole. And the tunnel is still there. It's still, our exit. It's just going to be more dangerous than we thought. And so one person actually dies, and we get word back in the middle of this sort of celebration. Like two of like the meanest jerks that we don't really like in our community. They come back like, hey, like Fago just died. Like we went down that tunnel that we found, and I think Fago didn't make it, and so it kind of like sombers the moment.
I think what I'll add to that is that we have certain rituals around death, or certain ceremonies, or certain practices. So the thought of leaving Fago there without doing anything, that's just not a part of our grieving process. Like, there has to be... we've lost so much as a community, as a species. We've been disconnected from so much of our history that we really value those who came before us, our ancestors, those who we can remember, as we're rebuilding this new history. And so, kind of as a matter of grief, a expression of grief, a group of people go and retrieve Fago's body, so we can say the rites that we say and make sure his spirit goes on. And then the hive gets to witness our grieving, where we used to saw theirs.
Way cool. I think is everyone drawing a card?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. The ace, you get to pick someone else to draw.
Yep. And is anyone not able to play? Can I ask that question?
Yeah.
Because is anyone not able to play currently?
I wouldn't be able to now.
Then I will give my draw to you, and I actually can't play again.
Such are the cards. Okay.
Still can't play.
Ouch, nothing higher than a 9?
Nothing higher than a 9. Or... no. Or actually, count that as a question, mechanically. If I was able to draw a card and was given the draw from the ace, is that 2 cards net? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I might actually be able to.
Wasn't he?
Oh, that was my sound. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put mine next to the thing.
Oh yeah, it won't let us. Yeah.
It won't let us stack below a certain amount, or below a certain line.
Okay, let's do it.
Are all 3 of us on this supply thing?
Well, the spades, Ellery, you wouldn't be able to play on that because the 9's showing.
Oh, okay. In that case, but the spade was also able to play on.
No, not yeah.
Or the ace, the virtue.
Oh, just the pesky 2.
Okay.
Actually, even the 2 can't. They all abide suit, but not rank.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So let's do the 10 then. Stevie, if you want to do that.
Yeah. I think, so here's what I'm going to say. There are plenty of theories out there about group dynamics and about what happens when a group forms. And there's these different seasons, you could say, of a group's lifespan, where you're forming, then you're storming, and there's a lot of conflict, and then you're norming, you're starting to find some shared agreements and shared commodities. And I think after the tension with distributing the resources, like kind of in that storming season, I think we reach a level of understanding, or at the very least, the season of this group that is assembled forms into a more working relationship. And I'm glad I was able to bring in student development theory into a tabletop RPG game. Gotta love storming, forming, and norming. Yeah, and hopefully that'll set up for the king.
Yeah, cool. And then I guess with memory here, Maybe I might go a little more mechanical. As we're passing out that stuff, and as everyone is sort of now, yeah, like feeling more like secure in the group, especially since we're sharing resources, I'll say some of the things that we humans love to eat, you know, the hive can't have, and some of the things like the wrappers on the cheese, the hive is like, ooh, this is great. And so we're like, sweet, you can have the cheese wrappers. I want the memory though to be an object. I'll say, and I'll let Ellery come up with it. I'll say when Ellery is passing out this stuff, you know, they're like digging through a box and they pull out this like Empire artifact that, you know, is kind of like a memory or flashback or something. But this thing then, it's not a food or a supply, but instead we find this
A book.
I want to say some kind of recording. It's like a journal recording of like a soldier from the Empire. And now we have this like captain's log or something from whatever that society was or that community, that settlement that we've stolen their cash, that they were long dead generations ago. We have their like captain's log recording that Ellery then finds. And so Ellery, you can pull on that how you want then as the story goes. But I think you now have this journal, this audio recording made by those Empire people.
Yeah.
And you found it in the supply box. That's how I'm going to tie it into that, since we've already we still need one more on that. But maybe we can find more resources from the knowledge that you gleaned from this recording.
Yeah. And that would tie into her virtue of loyalty on the community. Oh, pardon me. And she's going to listen to it as she's finishing up, cleaning up the supply run, finishing up burying one of her own that used to be her friend, grieving for him. She's going to gather the rest of her people together, including the faction that wanted to just jet off, and talk to them. Point out that this past empire that we are now, stealing the cash of, they fell because they did not work together, and they'd rather fight a peaceful nation for resources than, hey, we can't be doing the same thing, otherwise we're going to end up just like them, kind of scenario.
Cool. Let's I'm going to pull this jack out just to keep that as the high card.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the three that played, correct?
Yes.
So, Corey, you get to decide someone's going to draw a card.
John is going to get... Just passing that ace back to you.
And then I get to draw one because of the king, and Stevie won't because of the lower card there.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can't play. But...
Oh
no, you might have to start a stack to the side or something.
I'll just go down to the very end.
Are you playing on the 3 conflict, or are you playing on the 6?
I think I'm a... The 3 is one that really needs. We're at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we just need one more card to finish that one out.
Yep.
Alright.
So if that one's going to be... Yeah.
Yeah, we're in real good shape here.
So I can
Unless
just pick any of them, pretty much, almost.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could be nice and maybe counteract a 2 on that 3. But it's your card to play.
Counteract.
Who knows?
There is no 2.
But there could be. I don't know what that card is. I'm not playing a card this round because I can't. But I'm just like, what are the odds?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
Well, technically, I mean, but I want to go ahead and I'll drop it on that first line.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, let's flip both of those over then.
And what is it? Is it gonna be a 2? Is it gonna be a 2? Nah.
Nice. And that's a great. If you tie, you both get to draw, so that's great.
Awesome.
So
And
more
then-
memories coming up. This is cool.
I can build and set you up, or if you want, you can start.
No, let's. I'll hand it off to you because we're technically closing out this one anyway. So yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. So maybe in this journal that was found, the soldier does in fact include a list and a map of other caches of supplies. This
Awesome.
old memory of supplies that are there. But I feel like there's also a memory of what the world used to be like that is discovered in the journal. What could that be?
I'm gonna say that the exit that is in the journal and everything in the map takes us through one of those communities. And so we exit out through what is a lost civilization.
Hmm.
Probably no idea really how to use or implement anything that is here, but we see what was before. You know, the vehicles, the homes,
Cool.
day-to-day living. I mean, this is something probably that we're not as familiar with, and that is casual living. The idea of
Mhm.
worry, existing without worry.
Yeah, leisure being a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so it's almost not useful to us, except maybe it is. Who knows? We'll see.
And it's
Very
like
cool.
the people who lived there have just all stepped away. Like there's still these like plates and this decayed food that's out on the table. There's these things that are out, like a life lived but paused somehow, that we stumble across, and we have to try to put together what was life like. Yeah.
Mhm. Brad, and then I've got my virtue, and this is for that tunnel, like the way out, and the fact that person died. I'll say I always come prepared as my virtue, so I'll say I have like a like a rope, like a winch kit on my belt, so we can actually like rappel down and get the body to bring it back to have the service. Right, so as we're having this like sort of memorial thing, um, whatever like the wake is like for our culture. Ellery has been sharing some of this knowledge. You all have been like listening maybe to like this recording, sort of hearing these things about the lost community that we're about to see as we embark on our journey and stuff. And I'm able to actually get the body back. That proving that it's safe enough to go down that tunnel. It's still a safe way out. But we bring what did I say the name was? Fago comes back. I'm from Michigan. I like my Fago. Okay, so I'm gonna put that ace back there. Technically, that queen is still the high card. So you all both can draw because you both played kings, and I get to choose someone else to draw. I suppose I'll pick Corey, even though Corey has the kings and the aces out. I think we're doing fine. Of course, if someone does draw too, you have to play it.
Well,
So
before draw,
I just have to pick who gets the draw before you all do anything else.
but do we have enough cards to resolve this scene?
Well, we keep playing till you can't play cards. So at some point, if someone
Okay.
draws a 2, it's gonna come up, right? Right now, we're competing for high card to get our experience points. So you all, it's still not. We've got these kings right here are sort of like shared. So those will all get experience points. So Corey might be like, well, shoot, I want to get on that experience point train also and play a card on there too, because then we all get experience points. Or someone could be saying, ooh, if one of us can get another jack to throw on that mini jack, we can get in on that experience point goodness as well, right? So now the scene is kind of going until 2s pop up, or it's a little bit more competitive now.
And 2s and aces, They cannot be played on the same suit, right?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. If you get, it's still abides in the default rules. There is a version, but for this case, if you literally can't, if you have all the top things showing, you wouldn't be able to play your 2.
Which king is the top?
So they're all tied.
Okay.
So I will. I guess. I mean, I'll say Corey. Yeah, you can draw.
Yeah.
And I can't play.
I can't play.
Dun dun dun.
Oh no.
Flip it. Hey, that's all right. We'll still make it out.
Do I just negate one of the kings, or do I negate all 3 kings?
It just no. We would put you like this. You just get tucked in the stack.
Okay.
As a 2. So let's say. So you get to explain to us now how your
cowardice.
How your cowardice actually hurts us a little bit with this, the feel good, the all these memories and this cash in our supplies.
Ooh, okay. I could make kind of a big move here. I think as we're looking through the cache of supplies, and as we're going through these many memories, we find more writings and equipment, but the writings are from a top level commander. Mm-hmm. And it seems like the things that are around it, that are immediately around it, so like the other papers or other things, are also militaristic in nature. And Troy is scared of us becoming like this empire, of us following the same footsteps of this empire. So he destroys them. And he sets a fire and says, "Oh, I'm just starting a fire over here." No, which perhaps is not the smoothest opening, but not all the resources, but some of the resources, because they're linked to militaristic and might show us a path towards this world domination thing. He destroys it.
Cool. Yeah. And you get to draw a card, but it doesn't look like you have any kings or queens, or I don't know if you're ace.
I can play.
Bounce us back. Save us, Stevie.
God, where am I gonna play it? Am I the only one who can play?
Yeah. Well, there's only one place you can play because you've got the high card on the other 2.
Ah, shit. You're right. Okay. So, okay, my virtue is empathetic. So
How do you feel after you burn all these records?
Yeah, I think Troy is feeling really like kind of angry and judgmental towards this past civilization. Like,
ooh,
like you're part of what ruined this world and this path, and I'm glad I'm burning this. You're not worthy of being remembered. Cool. And he finds a little like he comes away thinking that, yes, we'll take your resources, but this whole civilization is flawed. It should be, we'll take what's useful and leave the rest. And I think he finds are there any bodies in this city?
Like left over in some of these other rooms from this empire, you can probably find some corpses.
So, let's say there's like still a suspicious lack of bodies, but well, but there is. But there is one house that seems to be like a hospital of some sort, or some sort of medical facility. Something where the sick were taken care of. And in looking through there to try to find healing supplies or things like that, he finds the corpse of someone who died there. And there are these people around them who seemed to be like they were protecting him or protecting them. Like, and you can tell from like the resources that are like wrapped around the body, how they're like propped up, the different machines that are going. They were trying really hard to save and protect this person. And it didn't. And maybe they all died at the same time. Maybe this other person died first, but this was someone who could not in their current state contribute to the community, but was still being taken care of and was still valued as a member of that community. And so that empathetic link, I think, kind of bounces Troy back.
Cool. And
sorry for it to be on such a dour note.
No. Now you get to pick someone to draw a card, and we're all hoping that we're going to be able to play on one of yours and steal some of that XP from you. But pick one of us.
Who still has a chance? Let's see.
You could also pick someone that you know doesn't have a chance, but that's on you.
Let's see. John, your hearts, right?
Yep.
Let's see, I'm going to say John. Oh, wait, no, wait. Yeah, I'm going to say John. Did I miscount?
No, you're good, and I cannot play.
Ugh.
Okay, so no one can play then?
Mm-hmm.
Cannot play.
Cool. Okay, end of the scene. So we have successfully then, survived the winter, found enough supplies to make it through the winter here for the hive and for ourselves. We've been able to heal that rift and sort of get our other folks on board with our plan, and we've been able to successfully find some tunnels that'll get us towards home that will also pass us through this sort of other lost civilization, right? That has that sort of the potential for leisure, which maybe was a part of the Empire, maybe not, or like an earlier iteration or something of the Empire, maybe not. So for the three here, the three of us, that's going to be Corey and Troy and myself are going to put a circle on that 3.
Not Corey.
Sorry, darn it. Here's spades. Sorry, Fricks, Troy, and Ranit are all going to get a circle on that 3. So I'm actually I'm leveling up on my 3, which
Nice.
is minimally useful mechanically. So what you're going to do then now, is anyone else in that same boat?
I leveled up my 4 last time, but I didn't decide what to do with it.
Okay. So no one. Okay, so you can. We'll all do that together then at the end. So the 9 then, and no one gets a wound for that 3, right? So on the 9 then, we have Troy is also going to mark a circle on that 9.
Ooh.
And then
Troy
Troy is also going to mark.
Do I get it for on that 9? There's the heart and the other that were aces. Is that not the high card?
No, the ace will never count as a high card.
Ah, good to know.
Yeah. And so Troy is going to get the 9 and the 6.
Sorry,
Dang,
y'all.
good job, dude.
Woo.
And so if anyone's got the double circles, I've got the double circles now on that 3. So I'm going to come up with a talent. It could be an ability, it could be an object, it could be whatever, sort of around this pollution theme. And what this means is then now when I have my 3 card, I can tuck that 3 in the middle of a stack. It still has to be equal to or higher than the conflict, which means I'm only ever going to be able to use a 3 on a 3. But if I draw my 3 later on in the round and someone else has already put a bunch of cards on that 3, I'm now going to be able to sneak that 3 in the middle of a stack, right? So it makes that card for me much more useful. And so the talent I'm going to come up with here, the talent, ability, upgrade, whatever on this 3, around the pollution theme, I'm going to say in this cache, I find some kind of like a hazmat suit type thing. And I'll say that's kind of maybe why I was the one that was able to go get that Fago's body also, right? So I'm able to find some kind of like an exo suit, I'm going to call. It's going to help me. So on my character sheet now, I'm writing down exo suit. And that just means whenever I can play that 3 mid-round, instead of really playing on the pollution theme so much, I'll be playing on sort of the use of this exosuit.
So can I make my talent on 4 desire? Can it be love?
Yeah.
Like my love for Cheadle? Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a superpower.
Yeah, awesome. Well, if we would have all gotten those cards, we could have ended the campaign there, right? There's enough kings and aces on there. That's the dream. I'm thinking time-wise, do we want to try to do one more scene naturally, and then maybe go against the king? Just do a Hail Mary for the last one?
We are at our 3 hours.
Ooh, oh shoot, we are.
But
I had the time change wrong.
Yeah, no worries. Do you want to go ahead and try the king now, or do y'all want to go ahead? What's your thought?
Let's again do the king now.
Let's do it. Let's run at the king.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is then I'll take that, right? We'll put it on you all, right? So you all just draw your cards like normal, but I am gonna, when I draw my 3 cards, I'm gonna make sure the king is one of them, right? And I'll just so I'm taking my king out, and I'm only gonna draw 2 more. So we'll just imagine then at my first hand, and I'm also gonna give myself my ace, because you would never play your king unless you drew them both, right?
Oh, damn. All right. Doink.
So we'll play the scene as normal, and I would have to have the biggest poker face around. And again, normally you do this when, like, you know, we each have 2 or 3 of those bonuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, final answers. Let's flip them. Woo! Okay, so if we recall, though, this 4 is not a normal 4, right? That 4 is the problem about that's Fricks absorbing and sort of becoming one with the hive, absorbing the memories of Jawan, right? So that struggle is going to be Fricks's sort of coalescing and like accepting that merger, finally sort of like getting, resolving that, the passing then of that Amari and how they connected with him and gave him that memory. Let's do the 3. Who's going to introduce the pollution threat or conflict?
Okay.
Yeah, Fricks.
So we've got. As far as the conflict goes, we're like the overall conflict. We're with the this is a boss fight kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and I guess if you want me to maybe go first, I'm thinking now if our end game that we wrote down was the legacy, I might say then that we find here. So we've now moved through the tunnels and we've come to that sort of lost civilization place, right? And I guess I would imagine then that, do you want it to be that we find like our history here and realize that this is like the origin of our part? Like we see a photograph from like 4 generations ago of a person that's like a family tree, and we recognize our grandparents on the family tree. Like we see their name written on a family tree here. Or do you want to say then that we want to then move our community to this place because it's way safer than the village we live in now?
I might suggest the first one, mainly
Okay.
because of what my thought was with the pollution.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll say then, I'll say for this legacy stuff, this is us understanding our past. This is us then sort of recognizing ourselves and where we come from, realizing then that, that we do have a family tree. And so moving forward, all of our sort of society and stuff, we've kind of like found our roots. And so we have we have more background than we thought. And so preserving it is that we can sort of merge our identity with the identity that we discover in this lost village. And so I think the cards then that we'll play on this, we're all going to be playing kings and aces, right? So you'll be playing on that memory theme. So really it's just going to be you uncovering memories, different ways that we connect to this, right? Different sort of, overlaps, connection points, ways that we feel like as one with these people, to really establish our identity in ourselves, right? So yeah, I'll say then this conflict is us finding our villages and our personal identities in this lost society. That's the card. And so hopefully that'll help you then. You're also, sorry, Fricks, you're internally struggling with your overcoming the thing. And then what else are you going to give us for the pollution then?
I was going to say that it turns out the technology that this empire has is a continued source of the same pollution. And when the ship came down, their battleship, it erupted and it creates the same footprints that destroyed the world before.
Cool. So what are the stakes then? What does it mean to overcome that?
I think we're looking to distance ourselves further from the Empire. Obviously, they're
Cool.
coming too close again, and not it's distancing ourselves and ensuring that their technology doesn't come near us, or at least not the lands we want to inhabit.
Okay, cool. And so you picture this then going to be, is this our village moving, or it's just us getting away from the hive and everything and getting back to our village successfully?
I would think moving our village and maybe convincing our companions, the Amari, to come with us.
Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, so this is gonna be, so let's make this a more complicated scene then, in such a way then we'll role play the scene of us in our village, days later, already successfully home, convincing everyone to move, and we'll intersperse that then with all of our own flashbacks playing to when we moved through this abandoned city and the ways that we connected with our past. Is that cool? So every time you play that king or that ace on my conflict that I put down, consider that a flashback. But in the game, we are marshaling our people and like packing up our stuff and like moving our village deeper into the forest. Is that cool?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then what do we have for this last conflict then, that has to do with seasons?
It's time for change. This is the season of changing. That end result being, we learned to get along. We learned to be better than the past was to us.
Ooh, okay, so it'll be a generational springtime, like in our community. Okay, I imagine then playing on this card would be then, we would be playing sort of like generational changes, ideological shifts, sort of role play small moments where we see our community change, right? So this is sort of the emotional change of our community versus the other one is the physical, actual, literal transportation. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you all drew some kings, but if not, let's see how it goes. Like I said, we could have won last time, right? We all got enough kings and aces on the board that it could have happened. So let's just see.
I know my card's a hard one.
Okay, so currently we have cards on everything. And I was about to put one down. If we do not solve one of these problems in this sequence, what could happen? Like if everything else got solved first.
So it won't matter till the end of the round. If we beat the king, the whole campaign's over. It's like
Okay.
victory time, you beat the game. So
Okay.
then we assume that everything is good, right? So that's the one that matters. Every other stack in conflict now is just there to help us shuffle through our cards. And we have some good ones here, right? That 3 is going to help me. And that 4 is going to help out Stevie. Because Stevie has that experience point on that 4, can shuffle through easier, right? Or did Stevie already play? Oh, Stevie already played his 4 on that. But that's okay. The 3 can help me, right? I get an extra draw because of that 3.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because now I can...
Yeah. Focus on that one stack. Cool. Okay, well, let's flip it over then.
Thank you. Here.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Good job, folks.
Nice.
So how are your virtues coming into play? And this is that flashback as we moved through that sort of abandoned middle class almost, right? That society of leisure from before the bombs. What do your characters flash back to that relate to your virtue?
Ellery found an old photograph. Very strange and creepy because one of the people in the photograph looked almost exactly like her. She's pretty certain it was a former ancestor. But part of her having read some of that soldier's journal and, seen some of the evidence, this is where she draws the line. Like, ancestral ties be damned. Like, she's lived through the results generations later of what happened here. And she's like, no, I can deal without that. I want to make something better for her.
Cool.
So my virtue is focused. And especially with what we're facing and getting everybody together and going, I think that the thing that Fricks would come across, and especially things within our own group taking place, comes across a large gathering of tables and chairs and decorations, and essentially a wedding. And all these things that were left behind, but are maybe pictures of the families, pictures of the bride and groom, or groom or bride and bride, who knows? But all of them together with their families, and pictures of them as children, and this idea of that kind of mirrors what's moving forward, coming together. And so I would say that that's kind of what Fricks draws strength from at that point, is this, that moment. So.
Cool. We've got a 7.
All right, so 7 is hope. So hope on top of this, pollution. So I was thinking, and this is the
relocation of the village.
Yes, thank you. So I'm thinking that in one of the journals, they found reference to a valley that was protected, that was large but contained a rich ecosystem, and a place where the Empire could never touch. That it was always referred to as the place they could never get to, the place that they could never reach. So there's this hope of maybe there's a better location out there for us to rebuild.
Cool. And that's like what we're shooting for then. That's everyone's packing up, and we're all sort of moving everyone in that direction. Awesome. I've got hope also. And this is on that sort of generational ideological shift, right? Of moving more.
This is with Fitz.
Oh, this is his change. Okay, so Fitz, hope. Maybe as we're packing up and as like everyone's getting the stuff together, I imagine we're kind of like you were kind of like our field marshal when we were out, on the trail. So I imagine you have probably more of a leadership role. It seems like maybe you and Ellery have like more leadership roles or something in the community. I'll say you actually sort of you get like really depressed one day. It's like really hard. We've been packing up now for maybe like a week, and it's like a whole community is like organized and they pack this up, leave that behind. It's like, very, very busy. And you've been sort of feeling it, but then you feel that little flash of like the Juwan hive mind inside you. And because you are connected still to the hive, like way back, even, across the plains and the wastelands, you can actually feel them like rooting for you. You feel like the whole hive is like sending you like positive vibes, like through, because they can feel your sadness, and so they're like pushing back. And you kind of like wake up one day, and it takes you a while to even recognize it because the distance is so far. But yeah, you feel them, the whole hive, like thousands and thousands, a swarm of Amari, are like beating as one and giving you positivity.
There might even be a few humans in there too.
Yeah. Okay, so the two of you get to pick who else is going to draw cards. And you can, you don't have to pick each other. One of you can pick someone else, the other one can pick the other. You know that we want to get some more kings on there, right? So just because you've played your aces doesn't mean we don't want you guys to draw cards, because we kind of need everybody's kings and aces on board there, right? So you can pick whoever. I'm going to draw one, and Stevie's going to draw one anyway for the two high cards.
I am actually going to go ahead and spend mine on Corey if we can, spend them on each other, just so we can get more cards drawn.
Yeah, because I was thinking the same. Cool. So mine goes to John.
Yay! I think you can guess.
Nice. Okay. Is someone else waiting, or can someone not play?
All right.
Awesome. Let's take the big one first, shall we?
All right.
Nice.
Corey, if you had not given that to me, I mean, I had a 7 in hand, so I would not have been able to play.
Nice.
Or actually, it wasn't even a 7; it was a 6. So I was like, okay, well, unless somebody gives it to me, I'm done. But
excellent.
So, thank you. But
You're
at the same time, I was like, oh, I looked down, I'm like, yeah, I get to draw, and I'm like, oh, okay. But so King is memory, and we're getting everything together.
This is a flashback to that old civilization.
Oh, so
we passed through them. Yeah, this is our connection to like posterity and preserving the legacy or whatever, right?
I think that we find maybe it's a let's go. I kind of want everybody's input on it, but I think we're gonna find a letter. It was a letter written from someone, and it's, let's say, on a billboard on the outside of town. Several people have put up letters here and just stapled them for loved ones as they have fled. Whatever happened, their civilization, whatever they've happened. But the letter talks about, the horrible things that are happening around them, and how, human nature has failed, but that they aren't giving up and that they're pushing through, and gives a location for their loved ones to meet them, and says, "Meet us here, and let's if you make it, this is where we'll be, and this is where we're gonna try and start again."
Wow.
Mhm.
So maybe some of them did leave and made it to that untouchable place, and they might be there when we get there, sort of. Yeah, I think that's cool. Was this in like a sack of letters, like a bunch of mail that never went out, or is this like?
I was thinking, like a billboard, and there are going to be letters that are this
Oh, the bill.
posted up
Got
here,
it.
like
Oh, yeah.
like cards.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see, you always see those memorials and everything from
Yeah.
Stephen King's Stand to whatever those places.
Right. Yeah.
if
Okay.
y'all
Cool. Sorry, I
wanna-
didn't get the right picture.
If people want to interject something on that as well, feel free. I mean, that's why I kind of opened it up that way.
Yeah. I want to say, yeah, I like the idea of there being like the things written or posted, and then the other people responding to the other people, and it's like many have passed through this. I think that's cool.
Mm. Yeah.
I think people also leave trinkets up on the board as people pass through,
Yeah.
almost like a cache, almost
Mm-hmm.
like most memorials. So like all along the ridge of the bulletin board, little bits that are either tied or dangling from different tacks.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
That's rad.
I don't have anything to add to that would like also tie into my card. So
Cool. Let's flip over the next one then on the stack.
that was me. So between finding that billboard and marshaling her people and leaving the only home she's ever known, however bad it is, been, there is a bit of grief for Ellery. I mean, she's lost Fago, she's lost a few other friends, and all of this. Some of their people still don't want to trust the Amari, but she's at this point just. She's probably learned enough about them to go like, yeah, they're just like us. Maybe we teach them to be better; they can teach us to do better. Kind of community there, and she is sad at leaving them behind, but she has other people to protect too, so she gotta keep them going.
Cool. And then the next one.
All
Community.
right. So that is community with Frix's current situation. And I think Frix, if this sounds cool, the flickering connection that you have to the hive mind, it can kind of be a lot, and it's a lot to sort through, and it's a lot of confusion, and most of the other humans in our settlement don't really understand, and our Amari friends, they're already used to the hive mind, so they're like, what's even your problem going on? So there ends up being this moment where at the end of every day, at the end of every long, tiring day of packing, of organizing, of doing all the things necessary to move a civilization, to move a life, many lives, it always ends up being the four of us. And the people who went on this journey with you, who also have a connection to this hive mind, who are there to support you and give you space, and who just allow you to be in wherever you are with the connection to the hive mind, whatever your feelings are regarding the hive mind, like that's okay, and you can just be there.
And over here, bloop, I've got a secret. And I'll say this is on that community the sort of the community shift and the mindset shift. And I'll play back to my earlier secret, and I'll say those leaders that I remembered that conversation that they had, that were sort of like that pacifist troop that we imagine then did sort of speak up earlier, because we did get to maintain that peace with the Amari. They're actually now speaking their mind in ways they never have before, and they're sharing stuff from the past of our town. And maybe a few people were like, like my grandmother gave me this thing and told me never to show anyone. And it is actually like, a kind of artwork that matches the stuff we saw at the Lost Civilization, right? We brought back some things from there to help convince our people, like, look, we found this old village or like settlement civilization. I almost imagined it a little more futuristic than ours, right? But like abandoned. And so we brought back some stuff, and these people are now revealing like, oh, my grandmother told me never to say this, but I have this thing. And then someone else is like, oh, my grandfather told me never to share this, but we have this heirloom. And it turns out like some of our different family lineages and have all been sort of keeping these secrets, and they've all been because their grandparents didn't want to leave the past in the past, but the community had like, made a point to never speak of the past. And now all these grandkids are like coming clean, saying, oh yeah, my family was keeping these secrets and maintaining our history as well. So we've got, I guess whoever played the high card gets to draw a card. So is that everyone?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh,
Not sure even why.
you guys starting with two aces is pretty good. Okay, well, let's reveal them. Guess we know that there's one on each stack, right? So,
yeah.
So what memory do you bring in then, Ellery?
And that first initial connection to Cheadle and just what she's learned going through, it's, in a strange way, it's something that, despite how strange it was when that connection was first made and how creepy it felt, it's something she's grown to trust and even kind of rely on, because if she needs information from a certain area, she can just tap into this. She's probably adapted the fastest to having this hive mind, because she can just ask, like, hey, I need information on what's going on in this sector. Who has it? And she can get it immediately.
Yeah, and do we imagine that Cheadle is still with you guys? Is Cheadle like the only Amari that came with you? So, like, you know what I mean? Is that like the one that, or do we think there's more of them or none of them with us?
I think there's more of them now, especially
okay, cool.
since Ellery has kind of like, hey, look, I goofed up, but we can do better.
Yeah, cool.
She's made connections with more than just Cheadle at this point.
Right. Yeah, love it. And mine is the exosuit. So then it would get tucked like that, right? Well, technically it would be like like this. Okay, so we tuck that 3 in there. So this is us physically moving. And I'll say now that we have this Lost Tech exosuit, I'm able to actually go into, maybe there was like one sort of tunnel or well in our village that was so polluted, we had to sort of like stop using it. Let's say it was a tunnel, and I'm able to go explore that tunnel and actually find a bunch of our old stuff in there as well that can help us with the move. And because I have this protectable suit now, people are like, oh yeah, if only we could go in there, but you'd like get like radiation sickness just from like walking too far into it or something. And I'm able to go in and retrieve then some lost things from a couple of generations back too to help our packing efforts. And then what about the grief?
So, the grief is in the suit that has to do with my character with Fricks. It's in that lineup of conflict. I'm gonna say that when we think of grief, we often think of just the overwhelming sadness, but I think as their mind slowly adjusts to what's happened, being part not only a part of the hive, but also being the holder of these memories, and it all having to come together. I think there's a point where the memory, my mind settles, and the memories come into place within it, and it's a moment where it's for the hive and having access to this hive mind. All of a sudden, this person that was gone, uh, it's like their memories come back. All the memories they had, the part that they contributed, reappears within that hive mind. But at the same time, they're not there anymore. So it's like having them but not having them. And so I think there's this feeling of both happiness and grief at the same time that spreads through the hive mind. And so that
Cool.
would be my addition with that.
Awesome. And then the secret.
So the secret is building upon the secrets that other folks are uncovering, specifically the secrets that they had held from like their grandparents and things like that. And I think it's a little bit easier to talk about the mistakes that were made, that someone else made. It's a little bit easier, it's a little bit more removed. So in the talking about the things that we learned about our ancestors, both the good things and the not so good things, the things that we're proud of and the things we're not, there also starts to become a revealing of secrets that we carry, our own private shames or private secrets that we carry. And there's conversation around how, gosh, I remember how sad my grandfather was carrying these things for so long. I don't want my kids to have to carry that. I don't want to carry this. And so a shift in mindset about how do we approach our own secrets, our own things, and how can we open them up and like share them and let them go.
Cool. Hey man, Fricks, I'm really pissed you took my crystal rotorer and never returned it. and I've actually been holding some resentment towards you for the last like 6 years. Just as a way of airing that. I don't want to take that with me to the new place that we get to.
Good to see you
Okay.
for that.
So I think everyone gets to draw a card.
Am I it? Okay, I was about to say what?
That's already finished now, right?
There are 4 on the king, yes.
Oh, and is that king? That's not a tied card correctly, right? That king was played at a different time.
Yeah.
Okay. Is everyone placing, or can some people not play?
I can't play.
Okay.
I can play, but I don't like it.
Stay away from me, come on. God.
I am staying away from you.
Oh, there you go. Hey.
Didn't play this on the main stack. I guess I could have maybe.
Hi.
Excellent.
We are not going to have the generational mind change we need here, guys.
Probably not.
Probably not.
So I love it how Troy and and ran it are all like ready for this new way of thinking, and the other two are like, nope, my vice will not let me do this. So I guess real quick for my virtue then, always comes prepared. I put it on that same stack just because I feel like, maybe my dude would have some cool little, this is like the animated thing that you can like the Animatrix, like there's a little side spin-off 40-minute OVA original video animation for you non-anime fans. There's a little 40-minute mini movie that just shows my character ran it in that last dive into that polluted tunnel. And so I'm like, like shooting some like monsters. Maybe I see one of those hyena things and I get in some like little fight. And it's kind of this whole, like, I had this whole mini adventure, but I'm always prepared and I've got all my cool gadgets, and it shows off some of our tech and like a little more world building for what our society is like, to the viewers and stuff. So I'm going to just, you can imagine my cool mini adventure down there where I'm always prepared with my exosuit, sort of retrieving more relics and things to help us in our move.
All right. So, moving to my vice. I like how we played our virtues and vices in this last round. Some of the malcontents that are still lingering after all of Ellery's hard work mouth off, and she puts them in their place. Maybe not necessarily as gentle as she could have, because that's not her strong suit. But she is very much like, hey, either you can go your own way or you can shut up. But either way, I'm not having this shit. Kind of thing. And realizing that, hey, we can try moving forward, and we can even be partially successful, but there will always be some people who are just not satisfied with anything. So that gets tucked under somewhere.
Yeah.
Just gonna move that
Yep.
here. And there we are.
So for me, Seasons of Change was the thought with this category. Change of way of life, change of whatever. And to Fricks, it's not that it's not the way that he thinks. It's okay, we're moving, because my vice is oblivious. And so it's like, okay, we're moving locations, and then I guess I'm back out on the road immediately after to start gathering everything up again. So, because that's what I do, right?
Yeah, you're like oblivious to the emotional import of this moment for like everyone else. Like I come to you and like confess this thing, you're like, yeah, cool, whatever. Sorry, I broke your tool.
And I'm like, okay, I think of Nazca with the general that was a friend of hers at the end, and how he just basically hops on the horse and goes right back out doing what he does.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. I like that.
Awesome. And so then who's drawing cards there? So you guys with the twos, you get to draw again. I played my ace, so I get to pick another one. And Stevie, did you play that time?
No, I couldn't play.
Okay, yeah. So I'll pick you to draw then.
Oh, yay.
And I cannot play.
I cannot play.
I can play.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. Where?
Okay. Is that it then, the two of us?
Yep, let's do it. Excellent. Excellent.
So, and recall here that these twos aren't just like flat tires that don't count. They literally count against, right? So they're actually going to erase one of these.
Negates my queen in a sense.
Yeah. So I'll play my vice first, and then let you get like sort of like a good. We could end on a high note there. So my vice is that I hold grudges. So this is for the actual. This is again for Fritz sort of connecting with the Amari. And I'll say something about he's like having like a moment where he's like about to like sort of turn that corner and connect, and I come in bugging him about the dang crystal rotor again, and like throws off like the sink. Like again, like I'm pounding on like, hey, because I noticed that he didn't respond emotionally to me when I forgave him. He didn't like give me the emotional wrap up I needed, so I'm like back on my stuff. Like, fine, I take it back. I am pissed at you. Like, I can't believe you broke that. You're a-hole. And I'm like yelling through his window while he was like about to reconnect with the last remnants of Jawan's memory.
So, I think that there's a mediation between Ranit and Frix. And like Troy or Ellerly go to both of them and say, listen, we can figure out a way forward and a way that we can deal with each other, but why did you have to pick today of all days? Why'd you have to do it now? Because we're going to the funeral we planned for Jawin. Why are you starting this up right now? And so that kind of like quiets and sombers the mood, and we all make our way to this funeral, this small ceremony that we're holding for Jawin just before we leave this area, wanting to hold a little memorial. And some of our friends in the Amari come too, and they share more about what they knew about Jawan than we did. They shared their memories of Jawan, the points of joy, of celebration. Jawan was actually like a really funny guy, like always had the best quips, and like did really good pratfalls and all sorts of these little talents that we had no idea about. And there's this celebration and remembrance of Jawan, that there's again that grief, and it's a move forward, and we have now created more memories and more ways to remember and hold Jawan along with other people that we lost, that we can carry that with us to our new location.
Cool. And I just realized too, that was like a boneheaded move on my part, since that's the technically the conflict that has a difficulty of 5, not 4, right? Because that's the conflict we brought back from earlier. So I shouldn't have put my 2 there. Sorry, but you shouldn't have lost my crystal rotor. So
all good.
Perfect. So I moved the cards around on this last stack because it's like that 2 is technically canceling out the other jack. So there's technically 0 cards on there, but that jack is still the high card, right? So we have a count of 0, but that jack of diamonds is still there. I played a 2, so I can draw again. I think Stevie can too, right?
Yep.
And then I draw, and I cannot play.
I cannot play.
I cannot play again.
End of Fallout 4. War never changes.
Well, I like to think about, like, we're leaving someone's home, and you know how you'll draw little marks of people's heights, kids' heights as they grow, and we start first at the bottom and we pan our way up, and we see all these incremental growth points, these little bits by bits, reaching up and up until they're grown.
Yeah,
cool.
Well, I think so. Yeah, so we successfully then preserved our legacy. I love that pan out. I think that's pretty cool. And we sort of like connected. I like that we kind of left it open. I mean, it's sad then that I love that last thing about Jawan though, but then Jawan like fades, right? Those memories don't get fully integrated into the hive, right? Because Fritz was like going to be that conduit, right? Jawan is dying and like puts his memories into Fritz, and then the whole hive is like waiting, or Frix, sorry. And then the whole hive is like waiting for Frix to like transfer those memories back to the hive, right? And he's kind of like unable to do that, mostly from my vices. But for whatever reason, then like Jawan is kind of like lost forever in that way, right? So we have like this great positive change, but then also that sort of that loss in there too.
Mhm.
Kind of nice little dangling as we're moving out for the last time, leaving the discontents behind. The two of you, Fricks and Rennet. Rennet's just going, nah, 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 nah. And Fricks is just like, I literally don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah. It's a perfect relationship though, because our flaws like my grudging and him oblivious to it. Like he doesn't know that I hold a grudge against him. He's completely oblivious.
There's probably going to be at least one point where Ellery is going to threaten to throw one of you over her shoulder and just like haul you physically away from each other, just to get a moment's peace. Because
I'm
you
just-
and Ellery. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm just holding hands with Cheetle. I'm like,
Oh,
yeah.
Aw.
yeah, y'all are cute.
Well, cool. Well, I appreciate that was a full campaign of KingPink we played through. And again, I mean, the fact that the fact that John and Corey both drew aces on the first draw is the only way that that was possible, right? So we really lucked out there. I was able to draw my 3, which was awesome, right? I just got that experience point, so I could play that 3, which then allowed me to draw a higher card later on that I could use, right? So
Yeah.
you could see how that would play out. Fantastic that we jumped there and we got lucky enough. I was imagining it would be terrible. but
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I think that's really, really cool. So yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know what all different the post wrap up stuff is, but I think Stevie's sort of the camera pan as like the credits start moving, right? Like the camera like pans over the markers of the age and stuff, and then the credits start going. I think is pretty cool.
Specifically, it's Troy's little height marker from his parents.
Yeah.
Aw.
Well,
Showing it to Cheetle and then just walking out. It's a cute little in scene.
Yeah.
all right. Well, if that's a wrap for game tonight, everyone, thank you so much for coming out. Be sure to check out. I know that we always get people coming by on Twitch after game. A lot of people go and watch the videos after they air. And then, of course, this will be up in 1 week on YouTube. So we'll
Cool.
have it up there. And that said, really quick, going over events for the week. On Tuesday night, we have, I'm trying to think what all games we got going right now. Tuesday night, we'll have Heckin' Good Doggos from 1-8 Games with Matthew Orr. Thursday will be off, but Friday we will have Chris Hussey running Battle Lords. So that comes back on
Cool.
Friday. And then Saturday next week, we will have Todd Crapper from, well, pretty much everything out there. He was with Third Eye Games. He's currently doing Werewolf with Renegade Games. But this is going to be his game that just finished on Kickstarter. It released as a PDF on Kickstarter. And it is Pandora Total Destruction will be next Saturday. And so that is going to be really cool going on as well. Calvin, thank you so much for running this for us and coming on the show and giving it a try here. So, guys, be sure to go and check it out. Calvin, you want to tell people where they can go ahead and find your book and find you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we are Anthropos Games. And so you can find me, you can look up Anthropos Games on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Mostly social media wise, it's really only going to be Twitter. We also you can get the KingPink book from our website. You could also get it from Exalted Funeral. Those are really good folks. And sometimes boosting the numbers from our distribution is actually a great way for them to order more from us. So yeah, we'd really love you to swing by there if you want to pick up a book of KingPink yourself. I also think I'll put some discount stuff. I'll give you a code we can put in the YouTube video description, and maybe we'll just put a timer on it. And so for like the first 2 weeks it's up, people can get supplementary products and stuff like that for like, discount. I really like supporting the viewers and things like that. Super happy to be here. This was really awesome. I've never played such a condensed KingPink campaign that was just so emotional. I'm actually going to like chill for like a couple hours, I think, and decompress after this. But I loved being here. It was really great to game with you all.
Awesome, awesome. Well, everyone,
Yeah.
we'll see y'all later. Go out and enjoy yourself. It is a Saturday night, so have some fun, and we'll see y'all later.
See y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.